And I tell you, when they come to me and they show me these problems, oh, I'm working on finding the area. I'm like, I know the formula for area, let's do this. And then they show me their problem, I'm like, that's a question about area? Where did your teacher come up with this question? What I need you to do, honey, is go to the bathroom. And he's like, Mom, I don't have to use the bathroom. I didn't ask if you had to use the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. And when they go, then I Google the question and I'm trying to figure it out. So hopefully by the time they get back, I can look like this smart mom that they think that I am. But again, the world is changing. The world is changing in a way in what we instruct in mathematics. And that's why this today is so very important. So the format that we have today is a format that we have found to be very engaging for our participants. We will start off with a highly regarded keynote speaker. Then we will go into a panel discussion with highly regarded panelists who are actually practitioners in the field of math education. And then we will give you the opportunity as participants to discuss the material that was presented. So it is also my duty to not only welcome you, but to introduce our keynote speaker. So we were speaking right before, and I had this wonderful, lavish introduction. I had the band coming in, we have, some circus animals coming in to introduce him because he's definitely worthy of it. But he told me to call all that off and that he would introduce himself. So all these glorious things I have to say about you, I'll just save that for later, and I'll let you introduce yourself. At this time, Dr. Walters.
Thank you very much. The real reason I wanted to do it myself is I have about a 25-minute bio, where I was born in Arkansas. No, just kidding. So my name is Kirk Walters, and I'm a researcher at the American Institutes for Research. More importantly, I think, I was a math teacher for 10 years in the LA area before going back to graduate school. In the last 10 years, I've been doing research related to math teaching and learning. And most recently, what I'm most excited about, I think, are some of the research projects that involve partnerships with district and school level instructional leaders. And the fact that you guys are here, that you braved the cold. Is this cold? Do you define this as cold? Because I think it is. This is cold? Okay. Thank you for braving the elements to be here. I'm used to having about 20 minutes to rush through a PowerPoint presentation for like one study. And at the end of it, I feel like I've violated every rule for what a good teacher should do, which is, don't just talk too fast and dump all this information and hope that a little bit of it sticks. Because I have 2 hours, I'm going to try to keep you awake, which will mean that there are going to be times when I want you to interact, write things down, perhaps share a little bit, although I know we have more time later for your reactions, but there are a couple of places in the presentation where we have time to sort of get clear on where we are. So let's jump in. I have 3, and by the way, I did break my wrist snowboarding with my children. I have 2 high school kids that I also help with their math. Although the bathroom analogy, I'm thinking like, I get a lot of work done in there, but I'm not, I think the way you do it is better, like send the kids to the bathroom and Google. But for my high school daughters wanted to go snowboarding, and in the DC area where I live, there are no real mountains. They're just hills, and I still managed to do this. It's not like I was at Vail and I did a backflip. I was on like a green slope and just fell the wrong way. So if I'm a little clumsy, it's because of have an excuse. The other thing, if you ever break your wrist and you have to use voice recognition software to get your work done, when you say the word send in an email, it sends it at that instant. So you figure out you don't use the word send. Like, hey, I want to send you a message, it's gone. So you learn some of those things with voice recognition software. I didn't get in too much trouble. All right. So I have 3 goals for today. The first goal is I'd like for us to think a little bit about why we should bother studying the topic This topic is student-centered math teaching and learning, especially as it plays out in your role as instructional leaders and supporting instructional leaders. So why bother in the first place? Haven't we been here before? I would like us to think, clearly, are we making any progress? And one way to ask if we're making progress is to look at a study. This is a study that we recently completed, some colleagues of mine at AIR, that I think might be useful for talking about some of the issues related to promoting this kind of change. And the third part, which I'm most excited about, given who's here, is where we should think about going next. And in particular, there's a new project that involves continuous improvement research involving district leaders and teachers and researchers to try to make schools more innovative and do more experimentation within real classroom constraints and within the building, rather than research says, schools say, that doesn't work for my context. Is that even a good study or not? Instead of having these two silos, really trying to work together to continuously improve what are truly complex yet important challenges that we're all trying to chip away at. So those are my three goals. We'll see how I do. And that improvement model I'll talk about a little bit later. So why bother in the first place? Student-centered math teaching and learning. It's, why not just keep teaching math the way that we were taught math, many of us? One way, here's what some people say, and I have a 2-minute video that should load. It's from a new movie that will be released. It was just at the Sundance Film Festival. Has anybody ever heard of the movie Most Likely to Succeed? Yes. Okay. I met the guy who funded this movie in the fall, and Sundance accepted it, which is crazy if you get if Sundance highlights it as part of the festival. He's really stoked about it. So this is in response to the question, why bother?
But like colleges, in the long run, they look at your grades and like what you got in class. They don't say, oh no, she had an understanding, it's just because of one little part. They see the letter grade, and that's what really matters.
Do you want Jim Vince to train you guys to ace tests so that you can get into the school of your choice? Or would you rather Jim Vince train you to be able to kind of apply stuff like this in your daily life or in your job later?
For me,
Please do. Go ahead, speak up.
I know you want to ace the test. Like in college, that's like a job.
In high school, you should be learning how to ace the test, and if you want to pursue more mathematical things in college, then they can teach you how to like do real life things. If you want to learn that in college, but in high school, you should be taught how to ace the test so you can get into college in the first place. Yeah, right.
This is Vince. This is the face that Vince makes when he realizes that his life's ambition as a math teacher is not to actually teach kids math. It's to teach kids how to ace a math test.
Watching my kids sit there and learn math and learn science and learn English and roll their eyes, and they're just, just the other day I had a student say, I need to come in and get some help on this, but I don't want to do it until we're close to the test, because I want to make sure it's fresh on my brain for when I take the test. And I'm thinking, how problematic is that's what the goal is. The goal is really to pass the test.
The problem for us, and what we see at Google, is that some of the people who do well on those things actually you don't want to work with, because they're not great on teams, they're not collaborative, and the best, smartest people actually aren't the ones who always get the best grades.
Once upon a time, we were all being taught in one-room schoolhouses until an educator from Massachusetts named Horace Mann decided to visit Prussia on his honeymoon. He witnesses a new educational model designed to train their young troops to better follow orders. Inspired by what he sees, he brings these educational ideas back to the U.S. This industrial approach to education achieved two objectives. One, it allowed education to be mass-produced in this country. For the first time, the youth of an entire nation could be taught in a standardized way. 2, it allowed for a curriculum which placed an emphasis on following instructions. You didn't even have to do well in school. If you just learned that one skill to follow instructions. The problem is that one skill is suddenly not translating into a stable income anymore.
Have you heard that argument before? That, so the whole premise of this movie is, some of you may have heard of High Tech High in San Diego, and it's often the focus of case studies where they try to do a different project-based model. It's a charter school. It's not all about High Tech High, but it's about sort of where some people think schooling should head given the current job structure. So I would say this is one of the big reasons that people think we should change the way we're doing school these days and making it more applied. So you heard the founder of Google talk about, and you've probably heard other employers talk about what they're looking for in terms of communication, in terms of problem solving, teaming, and things like that. So that is the end goal for a lot of folks. And there are other authors. The World is Flat, if you've read any of Thomas Friedman's work. A couple of years ago, I read an article in the Atlantic magazine about a fuel injector plant in the South, where it's really interesting. They talked about, I guess, if you're making fuel injectors, you can't make those overseas because they're so delicate. You can't ship them or they'll break. So it was in a small town in the South where the factory was going to stay. The question was, what kind of people are going to work in those factories? And they profiled a line worker who was very conscientious, hardworking. She went to work, kind of the traditional factory worker. She didn't have a college degree. And then they profiled the person who was running the machines and who was really strong in math. He went to community college, just had an associate's degree. But the sophistication that he had to understand what the machine was generating, he had to be able to estimate, he had to be able to think quantitatively. His job was secure, for sure. Like he made a good salary. He didn't even have a math major from college. He had a community college degree, but he was able to use his math and have a good, stable job in the current economy. And these kinds of articles pop up. Ken Robinson, I think his TED Talk is like the most famous ever, where he talks about creativity and how important that is. Some of you last night, some people were talking about Daniel Pink and his work. So there's lots of people out there that say, you know, we need to teach a different kind of thinking, and schools are probably a little outdated. I did think in that video clip, did anybody else think it was funny that Horace Mann went to Prussia for his honeymoon? I thought that was good. Anybody going to Prussia for their honeymoon? And that's where he learned the industrial model. So, there've been, this isn't brand new. So I'd like you could play name this quote. Raise your hand if you think you can't Google it. Don't send someone to the bathroom and Google it. Does anybody know who said this? I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think. And maybe if you're a parent, you might have said that, but this is somebody from history. Come on, somebody take a shot. Good guess. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Did you listen to Car Talk? Or are you talking about John Dewey? A good guess is John Dewey, but you're wrong. And I'm sorry, you get no credit. Not even partial. Think pre-Dewey, like way before Dewey. Yeah.
We thought Einstein.
Good guess, Einstein, but you're wrong too. But I appreciate
All three of us.
it was actually Socrates. So he goes way back. Whenever I see a Socrates quote, unfortunately, or fortunately, I think of like the Steve Martin special from the 70s when he was wild and crazy guy and he pretended to be Socrates and he thought, oh, I didn't realize that hemlock was poisonous. And there's this whole skit about how, if you know how Socrates died and you know, commitment to higher learning, that's what I think of. But Socrates was somebody who was early on this journey of wanting people to learn to think for themselves. How about this one? Any fact, whether arithmetic, geography, or grammar, which is not led up to and or out of something that has previously occupied a significant position in the child's life for its own sake, is forced into this position, and you've already given the right answer. Somebody might have already given the right answer. It's John Dewey. So now we're only about 120 years ago. How about this one? Students should become confident in their ability to do math, become mathematical problem solvers, and learn to communicate and reason mathematically. The National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, 1989. Considered by a lot of people as one of the most influential standards documents that came out because it really shaped what a lot of districts and schools did afterward. I was in college in 1989. I graduated in 93, and I had a college professor who had actually read the NCTM standards, a mathematician, and had us really think carefully about, for our calculus class, he took us to the lab and said, see these computers? They'll do everything that's in your book. You're gonna do a lot of homework, you're gonna do a lot of stuff, but part of this class is you're gonna come to the lab and you're gonna see if you can make sense of what is generated here. But they can, this program was then called Derive. Do they still have Derive? I'm sure it's much more updated. I'm nodding to our resident mathematician here, who's gonna be on the panel later. But that was pretty powerful for me as someone who, I didn't know what I wanted to do when I grew up. I liked math. I took some history classes. I ended up thinking I might want to be a teacher, so I was certified in both. But what was interesting about this document is that when I graduated from high school and moved to California in the early 90s, the California state standards were that with a different cover. It was essentially the same practices, the same ideas around content and problem solving. Very, very familiar in terms of where we are with the Common Core today. It's this idea about reasoning and problem solving rather than just doing procedures. Okay, here's one more. This is getting kind of boring, isn't it? I'll just start getting the answers. And 10 years later, the National Research Council, how many read Adding It Up or familiar with that? I know we have some mathy people here. So Adding It Up was, I thought, a really good attempt to say, all right, in the early 90s in California, by the way, in California, we had what was called the class assessment. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that if you studied history. So the class assessment was open-ended applied problems as the state test. And it was thrown out a year later because one of the reading passages on the reading side of the test was controversial. It was a really dumb passage. And the Back to the Basics movement people, probably rightfully so for that example that was used, it killed the entire thing. I mean, when I was a teacher, I went and graded the class assessment in 1994 it was a great professional development opportunity. Teachers grading real problems, talking about what a 4 is versus a 3. It's conceptual, but it was gone. So in 2001, after a lot of the turmoil in the 90s, Adding It Up came out, and I felt like a really good attempt to say, look, you can't force complex reforms on people. We've seen what happens when you try to, kind of mandate it. But here's kind of a middle ground that it's not just about conceptual understanding and problem solving and reasoning, but also in Adding Up was this idea of procedural fluency. So you do need to know procedures as well as concepts. Fast forward to where we are kind of now. The Common Core State Standards builds off of all of this stuff. So the idea of mathematical proficiency being more about understanding how to solve a problem, make conjectures, etc. This is the kind of thinking that honestly has just been around for quite a while. Well, here are two other reasons why we maybe should bother, and we're in Illinois, so maybe you care more about the park. You guys still doing the park, right? You haven't bailed on the park. And it is going to happen. I hear that both of these are going to happen. AIR, where I work, does a lot of work in assessment. They're in another building, and they work on the Smarter Balanced assessments, and they also do state assessments for some of the so-called renegade states that decided that, you know, having a Common Core assessment is perhaps not what we need to do politically in many cases, so they have their own new state test. But I will say, having talked to some of our assessment folks, like for instance, Utah's test, Florida's tests, some of these other states, they're still different. They're still more applied and conceptual than the No Child Left Behind tests, which tend to be more procedural and you know, closed-ended items. So I do think, in general, we're a little more serious now because there is a test. The California example I mentioned, after I graded the class tests that summer, we had no test for like 3 years. There was no state test. They didn't have one. This makes things different. Now you could say, yeah, I know we're going to have the test, but what are they going to do with the scores? You guys, I'm preaching to the choir here. You've seen the pendulum. You've seen what happens when scores come out, what they do with the scores, and yet there is a test, and the test is different. So now that you're somewhat serious, would you say the glass is half full or half empty? What do you think? If you think it's half full, do this. If you think it's half empty, do that. And there's no wrong answer. If you're not sure, is it half full? Is it half empty? If you don't know, yeah. When I was a teacher, I used to gross my kids out because I have a double jointed thumb. I used to push my thumb. I won't do that now because video. Unless you want me to double joint. Well, some would say it's half empty because we have, I don't know if you guys like cartoons, you can see this one. Might be a little hard to see, but the person who's raising the bar, it has education standards on his back, and then the person who has the saw, who's cutting the stick with the kid there, the student said his is education resources. So the challenges are going up, and yet the resources are limited. You hear that? Yeah, you want us to do more with less? Okay. Some reforms fail when you think about how this has been tried in the past because they don't really pay attention to what happens in real classrooms. Has anybody ever heard of Mary Kennedy, Michigan State? Have you heard of Mary Kennedy? Well, now you have. So Mary Kennedy wrote a really interesting book a couple of years ago called Inside Teaching. And in this book, she video recorded a bunch of teachers across subjects. This is not math specific. I'm sorry to say. No, I'm happy to say. I'm not all about the math. And what she did, she specifically videoed teachers who were implementing new reforms. So it could have been a new way to teach history, or a new way to teach science, increase science, or a new way to teach math. And she specifically she interviewed them after they were videotaped about the decisions they made related to their instruction. And it wasn't like, we're going to rate you on the quality of your lesson. It was more, so what went into this? And she let the teachers pick the lessons, by the way. It just had to be something that fell under the umbrella of reform. And that's a broad term. And one of her findings, which you don't hear a lot, but I really respected, based on this book and from reading her work, she said, you know, sometimes the reforms that we ask teachers to do are just unrealistic. They're just too hard. And so we say that teachers don't have strong content knowledge because we test them. And then you realize, wait a minute, I'm teaching 5 classes. I throw open the book. I'm just trying to get by. I have parent meetings at night. Expecting teachers to have the time to think deeply about the content, for example, as an example, is more, it's not about the teachers, it's more about the conditions where they're working. It doesn't foster that kind of growth. So some people say, yeah, these ambitious reforms, they're great in theory, but they have to reflect the realities of the classroom. If you want teachers to be able to deliver complex instruction, they have to be able to see it, practice it, get feedback. You can't just say, here, go do it. It's a good book if you're interested. Even if you're not interested, it's still a good book. Others might say it's half empty because still the verdict is somewhat out related to instructional practices. As much as I would love to say from my own experience, you know what? Giving kids opportunities to solve problems and learn conceptually and apply what they're learning. There's one way to do this. If you just give them the opportunity, it will happen automatically. It's teachers are getting in the way because they're explaining too much. I really don't believe it's that simple, and I don't think we have evidence that supports that yet. I think there are teachers have different personalities, different styles, some which suit some better than others. And we still don't really know, like, okay, this is the most effective instructional practice. Well, we might both want the same outcome. If I'm a really traditional teacher where I do most of the talking versus someone else who's maybe less traditional and has the kids do more of the thinking, there's not a lot of evidence that says one instructional approach is better than the other in achieving specific outcomes. We just don't know yet. But we are learning more, but it's not definitive. And then, of course, there's the political and public backlash. So do you know who this person is? She's from my home state of Arkansas. She has over 1 million YouTube views, and she took an example from the 4th grade Common Core and kind of just blasted this one-word problem that she could have solved in 30 seconds, and yet her teacher made her kid write this really long explanation that took like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and she's like, it's stupid. And then she was invited to be on the Glenn Beck show. Well, let's see, 1 million YouTube views based on one example from the Common Core where she basically took on the state school board and said, you people are stupid. She gets on the Glenn Beck show. You know, sadly, I don't think 1 million people, I'm really glad you guys have read the report, but I don't think 1 million people are ever going to read this report. So some people would say it's half empty because access to quality information is something that's hard to come by these days, especially in the media world that we live in, and I guess we support it to some extent. Don't worry, the whole talk is not going to be about half empty, I promise. All right, so just take a moment from your experience, and I want you to think about the half empty. Even if you were half full, think about the parts where, what do you think are the key barriers? And I'm going to use the term implementing complex forms of instruction. So just for this exercise, I want you to think of getting teachers to teach for understanding and why for the greatest population of their proportion of their kids versus just teaching how, and as that video showed, just teaching to the test versus teaching for understanding. So if you're a social studies person, an English person where you want like a really good, thoughtful essay after they've read something, like that's the same kind of analytic process that we're talking about in math. What do you think are, if you can write down 1 or 2 of the key barriers from your experience, working as a teacher, working with instructional leaders, that prevent these well-intended reforms from being implemented? Take a minute.
If there's that much of a challenge, there has been a training and ongoing.
And the answer is John Dewey. Would anybody mind sharing an answer? In this case, there's no wrong. Yes? time. And can you say a little bit more about time?
Not only the amount of time that we have for actual instruction, but the time we have for various types of.
So there's preparation and delivery. Great. I echo that. Yes.
I also said the expectation that teachers just know they need the professional development in order to be prepared for these changes.
Okay.
And time limits that.
So part of the preparation in preparing is support for that, and professional development is a piece. Yep.
I think to some degree, at least, there's a concern of practical concerns. You know, if you say, I'm going to try this, but what if this doesn't work? And they do need good grades if they're going to get good colleges and all that.
Yeah, and I have to get to this point in the curriculum in 3 weeks. So really, you want me to spend 3 days on this exploration, and I'm not even sure if they're going to get it? It's practical constraints.
I would say from a teacher's perspective, is foundational skills. Filling that gap between skills to get them to the higher level. That's the battle.
Okay, so yeah, you want them to conceptually be able to explain what a linear equation is, but they still have to be able to do fractions to simplify. What are the basics?
It's really hard for teachers who have been teaching traditionally to get this mindset. And a lot of teachers teach like we call them targets a day. So trying to get them to teach a number of targets in a unit in interwoven is really hard.
Yeah, we are creatures of habit, myself included.
Innovation fatigue. There's not just one reform coming at teachers, but multiple reforms, and I think it's difficult to know how to manage that.
Do you have a bumper sticker that says innovation fatigue? That's good. I would like to turn and say, whoa, that person has thought a lot. I think that's an excellent point, especially when innovations, at least when I was a teacher for about 10 years, they were presented as, well, duh, it's gonna work. And the longer you are around, you realize, well, it may under certain conditions, under certain contexts, but don't just hand this over to me. Yeah.
I think we have a tradition of teaching about things rather than. I think we have a tradition of teaching about things rather than engaging students in the thing itself. So we teach kids about science, but we don't allow them to be scientists.
Yeah.
We teach them about mathematics, but we don't allow them, excuse me, to be mathematicians.
Yeah. Yeah, and that first video, which I don't know what you thought of that little teaser clip for the movie, but the idea that this math teacher has this look on his face when he realizes that I'm not, for whatever reason, he doesn't feel like he can convey the joy of math and teach math because it's about this other outcome, about passing an exam, about this procedure. And I think, at least from my experience, good teachers are inherently curious about their subject. They get excited about it. And that's kind of contagious. And I do think there are real classroom constraints that prevent that from happening in some places. Okay, I think we're all on the same page so far. Or maybe it is half full on the other hand. Maybe this time it is different. So when I was teaching in the 90s, I was making up stuff, making up problems, going to Domino's. All right, which pizza's cheaper? Here's a menu. I think this is what I'm supposed to be doing. It seems more interesting than what's in this book. I really think things are different now. I'm not, believe me, I'm not into silver bullets, but raise your hand if you're familiar with more than 3 of these icons. Are you familiar with at least one of them? Is everybody familiar with at least one? So these are all math ones, but these are examples of mostly free instructional resources that actually can be transmitted to teachers and projected on smartboards. And if it's professional development that I need, Inside Mathematics has videotapes if I need to see how these practices are implemented. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff out there that have been created by teachers. Lauren Zillion, at dinner the other night, Lauren Zillion was founded by a former principal in DC who basically said, you know what, the Khan Academy, does it always have to be just in? Let's get rock star teachers together to create the lessons. It'll create a professional development culture. We have one, you went to Teach Fest a couple years ago. Anyway, when he was developing this company, I helped him think through the math side of it. And when there were 3 people, and now there's 60 people in his office and hundreds of teachers that I think they had, he told me they had like 5,000 applications or something for like 300 spots for this. It's called Teach Fest, where they go and teach math lessons and they perfect them and they post them. It's entrepreneurial for teachers. Like, good teachers can get the word out there. That's pretty cool. That didn't happen in the 90s. Didn't even have a smartphone. Didn't even have a flip phone back then. Mathalicious is, has anybody heard of Mathalicious?
Sorry.
Have you seen any of their lessons? Well, thumbs up or thumbs down, and it's fine if you don't like it. But I personally think the Mathalicious approach is interesting because he's trying to basically say the real world problems that you solve in the back of your math book suck. They're not that good. What we need to do to engage, this is about middle school kids, is we need to ask them simple questions like, is Usain Bolt faster because he's taller? Stop it. That's a question. Watch the video. Watch him sprint. Answer this question. And then there's GeoGebra, which is a way to manipulate graphs and lines and to see it conceptually, play around with it. Really thoughtful guy. I met him a while back, and I was one of my favorite programs to listen to when I'm running is called Radio Lab. Has anybody ever heard of that show? It's on WNYC, Radio Lab. If you've never heard it, it's not for everybody, but they're like 2 of the most curious people I know, and they pick a topic related to science, and then they just kind of go back and forth. I wonder why that is. I don't know. When I met Kareem, who started Mathalicious, former math coach in Alexandria, Virginia, who said, I'm just not happy with what's out there. I'm gonna start my own thing. He's just like, oh my gosh, I love Radio Lab. And wait, here's a lesson with a Radio Lab clip in it. It's so different than what you could get back in the day when you had a book and maybe an overhead projector. Interesting, innovative things. That's enough. Engage New York, you've probably heard about. I think it's better. So these are out there. And information sharing is also a lot different. We just finished a study that involved videotaping 4th grade teachers on a lesson that was focused to tied to 80 hours of professional development they got in the summer, content-focused professional development. That lesson was sent to Harvard, who partnered with us in the study. They coded the lesson using a rubric called the mathematical quality of instruction, which gets at how clear the explanations were, if the language was precise. They got feedback on that lesson from the Harvard folks, and then a district-based facilitator sat down with them, and they looked at 3 or 4 video clips, short ones, and said, all right, what do you think about this? Okay, this is one thing you might work on. Should we link it back to the professional development you had over the summer? That model was only possible because of advances in video technology and being able to upload videos quickly, have people comment on them, share them. It's pretty cool stuff that can happen because of the technology. I was in a classroom in Florida with the Promethean, and the kids are texting their answers. They're all showing up on the smartboard. You're getting that instant feedback, and it's not just yes, no. Anyway, so yeah, there's technology's the answer. But there are affordances that technology provides that could make this class helpful. And there are, so related to the research, there are 2 studies that AIR recently did, and I'm going to talk about the second one because I was involved in that one. But some colleagues of mine at AIR partnered with the Hewlett Foundation, and the Hewlett Foundation is interested in deeper learning, which, project-based deeper learning There are charter school networks that really, like High Tech High, which is going to be a feature in that documentary, where they're really trying to produce different outcomes for students, more portfolio-based, project-based. And in a series of studies that we did for the Hewlett Foundation, we found some strong, positive results for kids who were in those deeper learning schools compared to kids who are in a matched comparison sample. When it comes to research, I'll just put it out there that really the gold standard of evidence still to this day is an experiment, is random assignment. And neither one of these assignments used a lottery, or studies used a lottery, but they both had pretty rigorous quantitative components. So if you can't randomly assign a group to get something and the other not, and to compare the true difference that way, your next best thing is to try to look for matched comparisons, or finding schools and teachers that have similar characteristics and in comparing outcomes. That's kind of the next best thing. So I would say it's half full, in part because we are, even though I mentioned earlier that we don't know a lot about which instructional practices specifically lead to that higher achievement, these two studies are a step in that direction, and in ways that if you're interested in student-centered math teaching and problem-based learning, it would actually be supportive of those approaches. So the little brochure you got, which is really glossy and fancy, this is the brief overview of the high school math teaching study, which was funded by the Nellie Mae Foundation. They're based in Quincy, Massachusetts, in the Boston area, and they are particularly interested in understanding what student-centered math teaching, or what student-centered teaching and learning more broadly look like, and they're funding a lot of different initiatives in that area. This particular study came about in part because, well, I don't know. What do you think, when you give me one word for student-centered teaching, what comes to mind? Anything. We don't need to do the mic, but. Interaction. Engagement.
Relevant.
What?
Relevant.
Relevant. Application. Discovery. Interest. Agency.
Specific.
Specific.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Tailored to a specific.
Got it. Thank you. No, you said it perfectly. I'm just dense. It's specific to the needs. Yeah. Got it. Sorry.
Fun.
Fun. Yeah. Great. No, we don't need to define it. That's a great definition. I think all of those things are probably fit under that umbrella, and yet it's the kind of thing where it's like, well, you need to be more student-centered. What the heck does that mean, really? So that's why this study was born. It is a broad construct. It's considered promising by a lot of people. The Nellie Mae Foundation is investing a ton of money in investing in schools that have student-centered approaches, hiring researchers to try to understand it better. But we really don't understand it that well, especially in the context of mathematics, particularly at the high school level. And I used to be a high school math teacher, so I can say this. Sometimes high school teachers, especially math teachers, think they know better. And I used to be one, so I can say that. And sometimes they think, it's a stereotype, it's not true of everyone, of course, but there's less, some would argue it's harder to make real lasting change at the high school level because you have people that, at least in theory, know their subject matter better. They think that the kids are at a certain age where, well, guess what? They can drop out next year anyway. It's not my problem. So the foundation was like, really at that high school level is where we're most interested because we feel like that's a place where there's a great need to understand more. Elementary school science teacher promotes student-centered learning through inquiry labs. That's a different kind of study than high school Algebra 2 teacher who actually knows their stuff. It's a different thing, different conversation. And so that's the Nellie Mae Foundation's logo. That's the real reason the study happened, because they funded it, thankfully. I wrote the proposal and they said, sounds good. So we designed, so you think about like, all right, so we want to understand student-centered math teaching among high school teachers. How do we do that? So what we decided to do was focus on highly regarded teachers. Now, what do we mean by, I'll explain a little bit more about what we mean by highly regarded. In fact, I believe I was introduced as a highly regarded researcher. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds good. But we wanted, in order to contrast differences in style, we didn't want to have, oh yeah, all of our traditional teachers have no classroom management. I mean, they're terrible. And then we'll have these really strong student-centered teachers who also have good management and they like kids. That's not a fair comparison. We wanted to hold that constant, those general characteristics of good teaching. They like kids. Classroom management is not an issue. They want their kids to succeed. They just have different styles. We also wanted to include both qualitative and quantitative data. So the qualitative piece makes sense, you know, collect videos, try to understand what the different kinds of instructional moves are, realizing that they're all highly regarded teachers. We're gonna learn a lot. Quantitative part we wanted because, you know, most people say, well, does it matter? Does it make a difference? And so we built in a quantitative part of the study that included a problem-solving assessment that all of the kids took that was more applied, as well as student surveys to get at their perceptions of learning math, their attitudes, etc. So this is called a mixed methods design because we have both quantitative and qualitative components. Another thing we really cared about were both cognitive and non-cognitive outcomes, and I know a lot of you, I'm sure, and I'm really glad that my part is only the launching pad, because I think for the rest of today, I'm gonna just sit back and listen to what you're doing on the ground related to a lot of this stuff. And I suspect that many of you, through your work with teachers and instructional leaders, are talking about things like grit and about you know, mindset shifts, helping kids believe that they actually can do stuff. So we wanted to measure both the cognitive through the problem-solving skills and the non-cognitive. Do I actually like math more now at the end of the year than when I started? How do I see math as a subject? Those kinds of things. And if you are interested in that non-cognitive piece, there's another study that I'm working on right now that it's an algebra program for kids who are way behind as freshmen, who are at risk of dropping out. And they've woven into that curriculum research on non-cognitive factors to the extent of, I saw one summer professional development training where kids were building models of their brain out of clay, and you know, they had a pipe cleaner to show that dendrites, it's not fixed. When you're solving problems, your brain can actually grow. You're not stupid. You can actually get smarter by working harder. There's people that really care about that and think that has as much to do with why kids don't succeed in math as the skill deficits. Not to discount the skills, but you know, it's the whole package. So how in the heck did we define highly regarded? Well, it wasn't easy. There wasn't like a script of the best way to do it. Well, we wanted to have teachers who had strong reputations. So in the building, oh, you should talk to so-and-so. Yeah, she's really good. He's really good. We did referrals from, like you guys, if I had been recruiting teachers in Illinois, presumably this would be a great audience to solicit nominees. How many of you could probably name a really good math teacher, regardless of their style? Yeah. And why would you nominate them? Remember, why did your hand come up so quickly?
The one I'm thinking of, she teaches AP calculus, and she's not good, and she's there until like 8 o'clock at night, so it's 6 o'clock in the morning. She's there and 2 years ago, she got, one of her students got 100% out of the whole world. Only 8 kids got 100% on AP.
In the whole world?
Yes, only 2 in the United States got it. She was one of them.
Wow. Okay, this is really. Okay, so the best in the world. That's awesome. That's incredible. How about somebody who's more like second in the world? I mean, it's fine. But we had people like you raise their hands and say, "Oh, you need to talk to so and so." We had lots of a referral process, right? I'll explain a little bit more about that. Real quickly on the referral process, we interviewed people over the phone. We had them complete a survey, a long written application. If they wanted to be part of the case study, which involved videotaping, we actually went out and observed them to make sure that we thought it was high quality. We knew that all of these teachers had created positive learning environments. This was the tricky part, but we had to make sure, because I don't know what instructional style this AP calculus teacher has. I still need to find out, and I'm not saying that student-centered versus traditional is linear. I don't think it is. I think it's more complicated than that. But we wanted to have enough examples of highly regarded teachers that were, I'm just going to say, more traditional or more teacher doing the talking, but could be probably really good explanations. But the energy was coming more from the teacher, whereas the student-centered, the highly regarded teachers that were more strongly student-centered, more of the energy was coming from the kids. Not that they weren't orchestrating the whole thing, they were, but more of the intellectual lifting was coming from a higher proportion of the kids. So to get at different styles, that's where we used survey data and observational data to try to put people more on one side than the other. It's not like, remember those old "tastes great, less filling" commercials for Miller Lite? It wasn't quite like that at all. Okay, so what were our research questions? Well, we had one that was qualitative and one that was quantitative. Our first question was, what are different ways in which highly regarded math teachers implement student-centered practices? So we wanted just descriptively to say, it's not, our hypothesis was it's not an either or. It's not a monolithic construct. It feels like part of the problem with complex reforms is that it's all or nothing, which doesn't really acknowledge that there are different instructional contexts, different personalities, and we wanted to be able to describe differences in that construct. So we wanted to break it down. That's the qualitative component. In particular, we were interested in teachers' philosophies about how kids learn and the instructional context. What was the school like? What were the instructional resources like? How does that impact? You mentioned constraints came up earlier about real constraints that teachers have. How does that play into whether and how a teacher is more or less student-centered? And we also wanted to hear from the kids. Do they validate what the teachers are saying? Yes or no? Usually they do. Usually the kids are often the place to start if you really want to find out what's happening. It's true for my kids. If you want to talk to my kids, they'll tell you exactly what's happening. How messy our house was. My wife had a work trip this week too, so they're completely home alone. But since I'm a student-centered parent, they're going to be fine. They're going to take it. Okay. The second research question was quantitative. And so the quantitative component of the study, we were looking at, are there differences in the degree of student-centeredness in the classrooms and how kids do on the problem-solving assessment, which I'll explain a little bit, and their kids' perceptions of learning math. So there's the attitudes and the problem-solving outcomes. We ended up with 22 highly regarded teachers, mostly in New England and one in New York. The reason we focused in New England is because that's where our funder is based, which is, we had hoped to get closer to 30, but we still had enough kids in our sample and enough teachers in our sample to do some of the statistical testing that we wanted to do. It would be better if we had a bigger sample, but at least it was big enough to accomplish what we wanted to accomplish. It still felt like it was a reasonable size. The case study teachers, oh, I lost my research question one. There were 7 case study teachers and with different instructional styles, and 15 quantitative study teachers. So that included the 7, or in addition to the 7 case study teachers. So the 22 had this embedded case study of 7. And initially, and again, we did this through interviews, observations, surveys. Originally, we said, all right, we really need 11 and 11 that are more traditional and more student-centered. And based on the data that we had, we felt pretty good. Like, I mean, there were some in the middle where it was kind of hard to tell. But this is what we started off originally. We had 4 more traditional case study teachers and 3 that were more student-centered out of the 11. And all of those teachers were videotaped. We collected lots of their assignments, that asked them to submit challenging assignments, which I'll explain that in a second. Most of the teachers in our sample were experienced, not surprisingly. We were looking for highly regarded teachers. They happened to be predominantly female. It's important to know that this is New England, and this is a particular part of the country. It was about half rural, about a quarter suburban, and about a quarter urban. So that's also something worth considering when you consider the results. If we had gone exclusively to Boston, what drove our design here, the reason that our sample might not be quite as representative of the nation as a whole is because we really wanted to hold constant highly regarded, and that was our top criterion, and then we had to do the best we could with these other characteristics. But still, there's some variability there. It's not like they were all teaching in these super affluent, high SES districts. That was not the case. All right, are there any questions so far about how the study was designed before? I just want to give people a chance. Yeah?
Did you have the student demographics? Were they mostly free or reduced lunch, or were they middle class students?
It was about, the question is about the free and reduced price lunch rates. It was about 40% overall. So it wasn't like 10%, but it wasn't 80%. Yeah, and so the rural kids tended to be less affluent, not surprisingly. So there were a large sample of like working class rural kids in the study. Any other questions about the design, like the sample or the question? Yes.
Were there different varying levels? So did you have the AP Calc kid versus the repeater algebra kid?
I should have put that in a slide. Sorry about that. We focused exclusively on kids who were 15 years up to 16 years and 2 months, because the test that we used is, which I'll get to in just a second, the PISA, the Program for International Assessment, the one that shows up in the New York Times every so often, says how bad we're doing compared to Finland. But that particular test, which is administered throughout the world, is very applied, and it's also agnostic in terms of the content. So we knew that we were going to have some algebra teachers and some geometry teachers and some algebra 2 in that age range, which we did. But great question. I should have had that up there. So they taught 9th and 10th graders. They typically taught algebra, geometry. Too. Okay. So what I would like for you to do for just a second is I'd like for you to take like a minute to think about, because what I'm going to explain is our study framework for how we define student-centered math teachers, the characteristics of these teachers, the framework that we used for both the qualitative and the quantitative. Before I dive into that, I just wanted to get your sense of, yeah, my favorite math teacher, my best math teacher was so good because, and then Take a minute to write these things down, and then when you're done, I'm gonna tell you what my Uber driver said. And I recorded her in the car on the way to the airport and see how it compares before I show you the framework. So take a minute, answer those questions, and then we'll see what you think and how it fits with the study framework.
I don't even think there's anything wrong. I don't remember any of these other things. But the challenge us to take it in so much. And I still.
I only had one that I thought was good. And I had her twice. Because I had her for algebra 1 and algebra 2. She was very enthusiastic, very confident in what she taught. Very traditional. Yeah, that's always about it. But the English grade, I never got my entire life. So sophomore year with John, teacher was there once year. He was not good at all. So it all him, but just not good. Yeah. It's not a good experience for him. That's Becky on the first I just
All right. So, Miss Murphy was the best math teacher I ever had. I had her for 8th and 9th grade, Algebra 1 and Algebra 1.5, because it was the Saxon curriculum, which at that time was innovative, because it had spiraled review. But you know what? Miss Murphy could teach out of anything, and she taught us how to solve problems, apply real learning, even though Saxon is considered a very traditional curriculum. At the time, in 1985, it was innovative because you didn't have to master anything that day. It actually could happen over time. I went back and met Miss Murphy, I don't know, 10 years later, after I was a teacher. I saw her at a wedding, and I was like, you're never gonna believe what I'm a math teacher. She goes, oh my God. And she goes, yeah, guess what we're doing now? We got graphic calculators and conceptual stuff. It's totally different than when I had you. My sense is Miss Murphy would have been awesome regardless of the reform movement. She's the best teacher I ever had because of her commitment to helping us understand whatever it was, and she held us to a high standard. Anybody else? Anything that stands out? Just really brief. We won't have to. We could spend the rest of the time on this, but like a word or two, characteristics of these teachers. They are what? They are math teachers. They made it engaging. Interactive.
I thought about one that was concerned about the student and you knew she was concerned about.
Had a sense of where each kid was, cared. Did anybody not have a good math teacher? I mean, that's like a third of you really didn't have one. Or, yeah, and that's pretty tough. Okay, here's what my Uber driver said, and I'm a good researcher. I did ask her if I could record it. We had been talking for like 5 minutes, and I was like, do you care if I just like turn my recorder? I'm getting ready to do this talk to a bunch of instructional leaders in Illinois. I think they might really be interested in what you have to say. And she's like, I don't care, just don't play it back because I hate hearing my own voice. I didn't have her sign an active consent form, but I would have if it was a study as a good researcher. When I asked her what made a good math teacher, I don't think this is linked. Let me see if I can get this one. see my creative file name. Let's see if it works. Here's what she said. It's less than a minute long.
The math. It's what makes the best teachers is that you have to be able to recognize where problem, what it is the student isn't understanding and how to get around that and get over it, explain it in a different way so that they understand it. It also goes back to this definition I learned so much about the difference between communicating and talking. Talking is just words. Communicating is both people understand it. Both people understand it. Our understanding is just noise. Or hearing and listening. Like I might hear the radio, but I'm not listening to it because I don't know what it's saying. It's kind of like all involves the same thing to me.
Yeah, I feel like we're communicating.
So that really happened yesterday. And she talked for about 15 minutes and she hated math. Now you listen to her talk, she's very articulate, highly intelligent. She went to Penn State and majored in journalism. It was interesting. She ended up loving geometry. I mean, I actually got some really good stuff. But I think it speaks to a lot of people. Yeah, well, this is what it was like for me. I wish that my teachers had paid a little more attention to what I was thinking, what other people was thinking. It seemed like there was just one way. All right, so what was our study framework and how does it relate to my Uber driver and your experiences? Well, we knew that when we wanted to study highly regarded teachers that we needed to separate the good general characteristics of student-centered teaching and learning from the math specific. So we tried to separate those in order to hold the styles constant. And here's how we define this. I'm gonna do this in larger print in a second. But in terms of the classroom environment, the general features, the non-math aspects of student-centered, we're talking about these are respectful classroom environments where teachers and kids respected one another. There's a strong rapport between kids and their teacher. And there is a focus on the individual. So even in a more traditional class, my daughter in junior in high school has an incredibly, I would say, procedural teacher. But man, does she care about where those kids are and posts. She'll animate homework notes and stuff where it's her voice, and she monitors their progress. And my daughter really likes her. She's really good. She's created a great supportive environment. She's not student-centered according to this definition, but she's student-centered in the general sense, not necessarily in the math sense. So keeping those things constant, we also were interested in, so what about the math? So 4 aspects of the math. Using math reasoning to understand the why as well as the how is one. Communicating the mathematical thinking and critiquing the reasoning of others. And these, for those of you that are in the math world, these are very familiar in terms of the standards for mathematical practice. That grew out of some of those older documents I mentioned at the beginning from NCTM. Make connections between and among concepts and the real world. And this whole idea of persevering, solving problems and persevering, instead of just the rote application of procedures. So with this framework, so why versus how, I think is pretty self-explanatory. My dad used to tell me, I guess it was his father-in-law used to say, the person who only knows how will always work for the person who knows why. I don't think that's true. I mean, there's plenty of cases where people get good jobs just because of who they know. But let's just say, as a concept, the person, and I even think about where I work, and the person that I report to has an amazing understanding of statistics that I don't have. I have other aspects where I know a lot, but he's an example of somebody, he knows why about everything, and he's curious, and I work for him. I mean, not exclusively, but there's some truth to that. That if you only know how, you're probably going to be limited. And the people who know why, in theory, could get a little further. And how does that show up in classrooms? We'll talk about what we saw related to that. There's this communication piece, so it's not just the teacher who knows why and how, if you want to focus on that, but also the thinking and the reasoning is something that's more public, and that there's a culture of reasoning in the class. That was our second criteria for what we're defining as meaningful engagement with mathematics. And some of the words that you guys blurted out earlier, like engaged, meaningful, we're on the same page. And then making connections between and among math concepts and the real world. I don't know if I've ever seen, can you read that cartoon? It has a bad word in it, I'm sorry. It's not that bad.
Slideshow.
What's that?
Can you go back to slideshow? It'll make it bigger for us to see.
Oh my gosh, I've been honest. I'm sorry. Nobody told me. You guys are just gonna let me do this for the night. I thought we were friends. Sorry about that. Only in math problems can you buy 60 cantaloupes and no one asks you what the heck is wrong with you. Which I thought, it doesn't say heck, but the fact that peanuts didn't say heck made it even funnier. Because that's not what peanuts does. But right here, so connections between the real world, yeah, the 60 cantaloupe problem. I mean, I like cantaloupe, but that's a lot. And that's like pre-Costco. So we were interested in teachers that made connections, not necessarily the cantaloupe connections, but between math and the real world, and more importantly, or I shouldn't say, as importantly, connections between the math. So not everything has a real world application in math, but as a discipline, there are so many missed opportunities to make conceptual connections across other topics within math. And we were interested in that. We feel like kids who have opportunities to do more of that are in classrooms that are more student-centered, according to our definition. And then finally, we had this perseverance grit thing, which is we tried to measure the extent to which problems were posed in ways that kids had time to struggle and wrestle with it versus the teacher responding right away and giving the answer, like I tried to do with John Dewey. But that got kind of old. Okay, what data did we use? For the case study, we had instructional logs, and not like lumber where they cut down trees, but these are like logs that they fill out online that report their activities, the things they did that day. We did videotape. I was actually really happy with our video approach. We didn't have a ton of money to do this study. We had enough to get it done, but we couldn't hire videographers or buy fancy cameras. So we bought, we took the iPod Touch, it was like 2.5 years ago, and one of those flexible tripods you can like stick up in the corner of your classroom. And for $30, you could get a boom mic to stick into your iPod Touch. It could have been your smartphone. Really good high-def video. No problems. And then the teachers got to keep their iPods at the end. So it was like for $400, we were video set and the teachers did it. We interviewed teachers individually, and we also did focus group interviews with kids at the end of the year. And we had the teachers pick kids, different kinds of kids in their classrooms, ideally ones who had shown some kind of change from the beginning to the end to get at what was going on with that change. We were interested in, I mean, lessons are kind of messy. Lots of stuff happens in lessons. So we tried to break it down into two of the most common characteristics of lessons. So in math, there's usually new ideas that are being developed, and you can tell when that's happening. And then there's also reinforcement of previously learned material. So we tried to look at our framework at both of those time points in lessons through the video, to see if there were any patterns that emerged from those two common aspects of math lessons. And after we went through the videotape and all of our data, During the development phase, we came up with three, again, this is for our sample, but sort of three types of teachers in our group. Again, they're all highly regarded. You would all want your kids, if you have kids, to be in their classes, and I felt that way about all of them. Teacher guided with some contribution. So when an example of this, there was an example of introducing something with quadratics that a teacher was teaching, and she referenced a movie that some of the kids had seen. And some of the kids, yeah, I've seen that movie. It was a way to kind of make it a little more personal during the introduction, development of the idea. Teacher guided with strong student contribution was more, all right, we're jumping, I'm thinking of a geometry example where the kids were actually pulled off into groups and had to do some stuff during the development of the new math. She brought it back together, they summarized it, but it was still pretty much the teacher driving that introduction, the development of the new idea. And then there was a third, less common case where kids were actively exploring this new idea, where it really was the kids doing 75 or 80% of the thinking and the doing and the explaining, and the teacher just sort of launched it and then stepped back. So we found three different, and I think that's important because we're not saying one is better. We're saying these are, descriptively, these are three possible entry points for teachers who have different styles. That's what we at least came up with in our study. So yeah, I kind of gave this example already. The teacher guided with some contribution. So the kinds of questions that a teacher might ask would be more low level, yes, no kinds of things, which is more than just me talking and not letting you interact with them all. The strong contribution, I mentioned, they're like mini explorations that happen during this introductory lesson where something's being launched, where kids spend a few minutes doing something, exploring, coming back as a whole group, versus the third instance where you can't just wing this. I think that's another thing that some people think, and what has popped up in some of your comments already about, you need time to prepare and deliver well. A really well-crafted exploration doesn't just happen on its own, and these teachers that we had were really good, and when it happened, it was really carefully laid out so that the kids could be successful in the exploring. I've seen many, and probably you have too, failed explorations where a teacher thinks, perhaps, or some teachers may think, if I just launch this particular problem in a way, it's just going to happen naturally, but there's really a lot that needs to happen behind the scenes for it to work. During the reinforcement of mathematics, we paid attention to the kinds of problems that were used, the types of tasks and problems, and then how teachers orchestrated the communication around them. So this is the reinforcement piece. We just talked about the development piece. So there you go. That's an example of a rote application problem. Solved by substitution. Probably all of us have solved a problem like that before. Maybe. Might have changed your life. Versus, a problem where, oops. This is also in the same category as systems of equations, but in this case, kids are asked to compare methods, explain what the errors were, write about it. There's not only critical thinking here, but there's communication, and then they're explaining their thinking. So compared to do 30 of these, and I'll see you tomorrow, do a few of these, and it better be clear, that's a difference related to the problems in communication. Here's an example of highly scaffolded communication. So the teacher says, what multiplies to get 8? 1 times 8, and 2 times 4, right? So if I go with 2 times 4, which one of those is the square? The student says 4. So that's the one I can square root. When I square root that 4, what does it become? 2. Hey, this is back and forth. The teacher's listening to the student's listening to the teacher, but it's highly scaffolded. It's kind of discrete, short answers, and that's common and probably appropriate to do depending on what your lesson is at times. There's one more teacher comment. Versus this example where there's a little more reasoning and perseverance in this interchange, or you can see if you agree with us. Okay, interesting. Joan, did you add your variables? I don't know what to put for X. Well, apparently there's not agreement. What you think is best, and we'll have a discussion about that. So I'm seeing that you look alike, but Jonas and Mike, yours look different. What do you guys want to say about that? So this teacher has already looked around the room and had a sense of what other approaches were. She would probably make my Uber driver happy, because if she was in that class, her approach and others would have been at least noticed. We put the hip angle on the x-axis and the height on the y. What was your reasoning behind that? So she's not letting the kid off the hook right there. The height doesn't depend on the hip angle. The hip angle depends on the height. That's different. It's a different kind of answer than 4. What's the square root of 4? 2. We cared about these kinds of interchanges, and that's the beauty of video, that it takes a while to analyze all the video, but you really can go back and say, whoa, what was that again? And then try to make sense of different kinds of communication. So, in summary here, the student-centered instructional tasks had these are the problems and activities. They tended to ask more about the why than the how. They tended to allow multiple entry points. So there's not just one way to solve this problem, but multiple ways. There was usually a challenge, some sort of challenge to get kids to make conjectures or look for patterns and make connections and then justify what they were doing. Explicit connections between previous math they've learned before and the real world. And then also some attention to tools, including technologies to explore problems like using graphing calculators, or nowadays with tablets and on the internet. You can really do a lot of exploration for free with rich representations that weren't available back in the day, or they were if you had a graphing calculator. So those are some characteristics of student-centered tasks. In terms of the communication, well, the communication strategy is also focused on the why versus the how. There was also an emphasis on justifying, explaining a reason. And there was support for students in advancing their thinking as they were struggling productively. So I think that's a real tension. What does it mean to struggle productively? You don't want the problem to be too hard where they give up versus not, too easy where they don't have to think, and finding that balance is probably part of the art of teaching. And they were able to elicit these connections between different approaches that kids might have taken to the same problem. A strongly student-centered teacher is able to do that and cares about that. And then there's the same technology tool point. In terms of the philosophy, the teachers who were most strongly student-centered, they believed in this stuff, shocker. But I actually think that's often skipped. Finding out what people believe, what their philosophy is a first step, and actually listening to that, because they might have really good reasons for having a different point of view than you. I mean, that's possible. I know it's hard to believe that anybody would. But there are lots of different points of view, and these particular teachers did find value in it. It wasn't mandated. They also tended to work in schools where kids were being prepared for not just college, but work and different kinds of pathways. And they had, again, small sample, right? I'm not claiming this is generalizable to the whole country, but in our sample, the teachers who were more strongly student-centered tended to work in those places. They also had flexibility. I know we mentioned constraints earlier. They had quite a bit of flexibility in their lesson design, what they were able to do, and what they were where they were expected to be at a certain point. It's realistic. And they had access to good stuff, good materials. They weren't making up necessarily that carefully crafted exploration as that example of active student exploration. It wasn't like the teacher made that up over the weekend. They actually had good resources that the school provided, and they had support in learning how to implement them. Again, small sample. All of the students across the more traditional and more student-centered said they appreciate teachers who are organized. who go out of their way to support them, who care about them. And all of them thought that these teachers helped them become more confident in learning math. And those are really significant outcomes. When we focused more on the kids that were in the more strongly student-centered classrooms, they said that they found the content more interesting and meaningful. This is at the end of the year after they've been with that teacher than before. Some of them said they really had started to like math for the first time. So those are different kinds of outcomes. All are good. Okay, so that was that's kind of the takeaway from the case study, is that we were able to describe some different degrees of student-centeredness. We were able to separate lessons into like 2 chunks, the introduction of new content and reinforcement. We talked about communication strategies. Part of the reason we think that is useful is because in some of our work that's going to piggyback off of the study with Nellie Mae Foundation is going to try to get this into the classroom and with coaches. So if you're a coach that's working with a teacher, we're trying to look at different entry points at where a teacher might begin if they're interested in moving in this direction, rather than you should just start with active student exploration tomorrow. The quantitative part of the study, what data did we have? So we collected challenging assignments from teachers several time points during the year, and it was up to them how they defined challenging. We also surveyed the teachers and the kids. The kinds of questions that we asked teachers were focused on teaching practices, different instructional moves that they made, what they valued. The kids, we were concerned about understanding what their experiences were in that math class and perceptions of learning math. And then I mentioned that problem-solving assessment, which was based on publicly released PISA items. So for the quantitative part of the study, we needed some kind of measure of student-centeredness. So from all of those data sources, we had to come up with a number, essentially. And what we did is we looked at particular teacher survey items as well as their challenging assignments and gave a score, kind of a student-centered score. And that was an independent measure that we put into our model to see if there was a relationship on the dependent measures of student-centered. I will say that this is for those of you that ever tried to write a survey item or the measurement work, there's a lot to it. We feel like we had good initial measures, but what would really be great is to use some of these survey items and even the challenging assignment task with a broader sample of teachers to see if it works for others. The dependent measures of problem solving was just the score on that test. So you've got the input, the independent side, this measure of student-centeredness that the teacher has at the classroom level. The problem-solving assessment is the dependent measure for the kids, and then the student survey would be the engagement measure for the kids. So those are the 2 outcomes. We did do a reliability test just to make sure that those 9 public release items on the PISA, we wanted to make sure they hang together, and we got a reliability of 0.76, which usually on the state test is a little bit higher, but they have more items, but this is fine. It means that our instrument was fine. And again, for the student survey, we just, student engagement, we use student survey items. So this is an example from our problem-solving assessment, and it's, we don't have time to solve it today, sorry. There's a lot of words there, not a lot of pictures. It's basically an exchange rate problem, which is a little more relevant than buying 60 cantaloupes. Because if you do travel, you can exchange money, you might actually have to do this. So it's an international test, so I figured they had an exchange rate problem. I'll send around the slides if people want to solve this later, but this gives you a feel for, this is not an algebra problem. It's not specific to the course I'm taking. It involves ratio proportional reasoning. You also have to be able to read pretty carefully. This is one of the 9 items that we had. I can tell some of you want to figure it out right now, but I'm going to keep going. Results. So what did we find? We did find that using our student survey measure of engagement, that students reported being more highly engaged and this is the bigger sample of 22, right? So this is all 22 teachers and students. The last discussion was just a case study of the 7 case studies in the video. So they did report higher levels of engagement compared to students in less centered student-centered classes. And it was statistically significant. And these are the 2 constructs. Like this class really makes me think was a survey item that had a scale. In this math class, sometimes I get so interested in my work that I don't want to stop. Those are the kinds of survey questions that we created for the scale, which to give you a flavor for that. Again, it'd be great to test these more widely. And on the problem-solving skills assessment, it's important to know that all of the kids in all 22 classrooms, I mean, not surprisingly, did way better than the US average on all of these items. Because they're public release items, we have the percentage correct, and they did really well. You could say, yeah, it's because they had really good teachers. Maybe, or because they were already really smart. Well, we don't know. Our study wasn't designed to answer that question, but it was kind of a relief that they did a lot better, because it means that I mean, if they had done terrible, then people would have said, yeah, a nice measure of highly regarded, dude. But that didn't happen. And when you look a little more closely at the, we used a value-added model. So I'm sure some of you are familiar with value-added models and how they're used in accountability purposes. Well, we used a value-added model here because we had prior achievement from all of our kids in New England. They all take a common assessment. It's called the kneecap, which I usually call the patella to people in New England, and they always look at me like I'm super weird. But it's called the kneecap, the New England assessment. Anyway, we have all that prior achievement, and we could create a value-added model that says, all right, controlling for prior achievement, our dependent measure is the problem-solving skills, and there was a positive association between the more student-centered the kid was, the classroom they were in, and how they did in the problem-solving assessment. Now, we don't know how big the difference was statistically. In order to, for those of you that care about this stuff or read about this stuff, finding a significant difference is something, right? Okay, there's a difference there that's probably not due to chance. But how big is it? That's what I really want to know. Well, in order to do that, you have to have means and standard deviations to calculate effect sizes. Like, I'm a half a standard deviation bigger than so-and-so, which means I'm growing about this much more per year. Unfortunately, because we created the measures for this study, we didn't have a nationally represented sample of, we didn't have national norms and means and standard deviations. So all we can say is what it was significant and it was positive, but we don't know how big. Yeah, I said that last point. Our study wasn't designed to measure the magnitude of the difference, but maybe another study we can. So what are the implications here? I think I mentioned this before, but we're kind of big on multiple entry points for teachers who may be interested in moving in a student-centered direction. We didn't really collect enough information in this study. We weren't able to figure out why people choose to become more student-centered in the first place. We got some information on instructional context and how that plays in, but we feel like we don't know enough about that. Need to know more. I mean, as being good researchers, you always have to have a plan for the next study, otherwise you're out of a job. Another point that I've made, these measures for student-centered learning, we feel like they need to be tested with other populations, get more folks involved so that the measures are better. So real quickly, I don't know if any of you have any immediate thoughts about whether any of these findings, and I know there were several of them, have any implications for your work. And if they don't, I still have more to talk about, and I don't want to hurt my feelings. Are there any immediate thoughts about whether and how there could be an implication from any of this stuff into your daily work, just for like a couple of minutes? And I know we'll have more time to do this later, so if you don't want to say anything now, we can table it. Yeah.
This is sort of a, I guess, a chicken and egg question, but the reference to, now I'm moved up. This is in reference to the finding about that many of these teachers seem to be present in high schools that are preparing students for career pathways. Do you know, or did you get a sense that it's because of the work environment they become more that type of teacher, or that they are, or those types of teachers are drawn to those places?
I think that's exactly what we'd like to know more about. We had such a small sample in the case study that was hard to generalize. In one instance, where there was a really strong student-centered teacher. The school was actually founded on kind of democratic principles, and so there's like a lot of student voice in the school. It was in a rural working class community where a lot of those kids got jobs, but they didn't need college. So all of that in that particular case kind of fit together. I'm not sure if that drew, it probably did draw certain types of teachers there because the school was about something bigger, but we didn't get as much on that as we would like to, but I think that's an important thing to find out.
Thank you.
Yeah. Should we keep moving? You guys, you're doing so great in pretending to be engaged, because that's all I know. I can't tell if you really are or not, because I'm just talking. So what next? This is something that is great. It's great whenever you do a study that is interesting and you think is important. It's even better when the people who fund the study say, so what would you want to do next? And then you come up with like, oh, this is what I'd love to do. And they're like, okay, why don't you try that? So here's what we're doing next. The report came out in the fall, and what we're trying to do now is take the stuff, some of the preliminary findings in the report, and figure out how this doesn't just collect dust. And this is not the end-all be-all. This is a jumping-off point, ideally, for people who are engaged in instructional improvement. So one of the things that the foundation and AIR, through an internal initiative, has been interested in is continuous improvement research. Has anybody heard that buzzword recently? Is it becoming a buzzword? Well, fine. It doesn't need to be a buzzword. It's probably things that people do every day. But the idea that like the Japanese auto industry and the work of Deming, and those of you who've read about that, with this continuous quality improvement. Well, people think that that should apply to education more, and I don't have a problem with that. There are some of the projects I work on are big studies where we're comparing the average impact of something, like that study of elementary math teachers where they had all the professional development and videotapes. That's like huge study. At the end of the day, you'll be able to say, on average, did it make a difference? But not necessarily in this school or that district. It's not designed that way. Well, continuous improvement research assumes that there's going to be local variation. My school is going to be different than your school. My teachers are going to be different. That's fine. Just expect it, plan for it, and see what you can learn. And I think there's a place for that kind of research too. We're doing a new study right now where we're trying to develop, I hate this word, I'm going to say it, a technical assistance tool. Who hates that word? Just me? I don't even know what a technical assistance tool is, but what we're trying to do is take some of the findings from the report and make it a conversation piece for a teacher who wants to start working on some aspect of improvement with a coach. And it would be some kind of tool, interactive thing. The idea of a network improvement community is, and some of you have heard this, that it's not the researchers who define the problem, it's real teachers, real principals, real world context that drives the research agenda. And part of what is involved in this work is like, if you were to get 8 math departments together who are trying to, let's just say hypothetically, improve one of their standards for mathematical practice, critique the reasoning of others or something. They focus on that one thing, and then they all say, all right, what are the levers that make that happen? And where does it break down? And let's come together and say, our outcome is going to be this. We're all going to collect data. We're going to share it. We're going to try something. We come back together and say, well, that kind of worked, that didn't work, and then we're going to tweak it, version 2.0, and we're going to try it again, and we're going to experiment together collectively. Sounds good. People are doing it in places, but probably not a lot, probably not enough. And there are lots of good reasons why it doesn't happen enough, resources and so forth. In order to create a community like this, so if I want to be part of this community and work on reasoning, you have to have some measures that you're all going to administer. Let's say there's 2 survey measures that are administered at the end of the class where teachers say, my experience with that activity, I found value in it or not. And then you share all those data together, but it has to be the kind of data that you can do quickly in real classrooms. Right now, there's not a lot of that. It's usually, oh, complete this survey, here's a gift card, you complete it after school, versus something I might actually look at and use in my teaching during my next department meeting and change what I'm doing. It's quicker, more practical. There's a piece on practical measurement that the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching put out. We're partnering with Carnegie on this new study with Nellie Mae, where we're trying to build these network improvement communities. This is not new. This has been around for a long time. There's different iterations of the Plan, Do, Study, Act model, but it's this quick cycle iterative thing where you really are clear on what the problem is, how you think you want to solve it. You've got some outcomes that will measure whether you're making a dent on it or not. You try something as a group, get back together and say, all right, we made a little progress, tweak it again. And it's this cyclical process. This is the model that we're basically following. 4 simple questions. How do we understand the problem? What are we trying to accomplish? What changes can we introduce to make things different? And then how will we know if it was an improvement? I'm reminded of a teacher, he actually had his Ph.D. in physics and he was teaching high school math in Southern California. He was a friend of mine. He's a pure scientist. I mean, like, he has his Ph.D. in solid state physics from Purdue. The guy was just like out of this world smart. His dryer broke and he rebuilt the thermocouple. I said, what? What did you do? Yeah, I just had to rebuild the thermocouple. We didn't have Google back then. I couldn't go to the bathroom and find out what he was talking about. The way he taught his math class, there's a point to this, I'm sorry. He had 3 sections of 9th grade algebra. With heterogeneously grouped kids, same curriculum. He would do experiments on a weekly basis. I'm going to approach homework this way with this class. And he wasn't harming the kids. He was just trying to find out what worked. But he did it on a weekly basis in an experimental kind of way. Some of the experimental designs that we build into these big impact studies, where we randomly assign teachers and students to get stuff, that can be infused in real classrooms. It's not that hard. But I think people are afraid of it. So the idea of these Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles is that over time, with each iteration, you'll make incremental progress. The more times you crank each cycle, again, you can, sorry, that's small print, and there's references if you want to go read about some of this stuff. Now the challenges are definitely real. They're just as real as they have been. How many of you think, well, maybe it would be easy for you, thinking about the district and school level folks you work with, to specify a common problem to solve? You might be able to do that, but could you specify it in such a way that you could all try to solve it collectively? That's a pretty important exercise. It takes time. We need good practical measures that can be implemented in real classroom settings. We can't give a 45-minute survey. We can't give a super long assessment. We need real-time feedback that good teachers do anyway. And clearly we need incentives. So this can't be one more thing we're asking teachers to do. It needs to be something that is actually embedded into their professional life. But I think the opportunities are actually greater. And based on a couple of small examples of this new project that's starting, I'll give you one example from West Virginia, super remote part Appalachia, very, not a lot of jobs, high poverty. I did a site visit there in the fall and was just blown away at the level of kids thinking and the way they articulate their thinking publicly. And also they've developed, this math coordinator has developed a measure of grit, where they're tinkering with things like, right now it's 8 minutes of individual work time, and then 5 minutes of a highly structured questioning where kids come together and ask specific questions about what they've been doing for 8 minutes. And then there's a summary thing. It's highly structured, but it's trying to understand, well, what does it mean? What is perseverance? How long is too long? Well, maybe 8 minutes is not right. Let's try 6. Did you try it in your classroom? But they're concrete things that they're tinkering with to try to get at these broad constructs that are kind of hard to capture. There's other examples. I'm almost out of time in Maine and Chicago, and I'm just saying, I think there are some real great opportunities and people that are interested in heading in this direction. And I have 2 minutes, and I don't even need the 2 minutes, but what I'd like to leave you with is, and I'm not sure how much of this will feed into our panel discussion and stuff that we talk about later, but if you think that the notion of continuous improvement, not the buzzword continuous improvement, but the idea of potentially building networks of coordinators, coaches, teachers that would be open, to working with researchers to define problems, solve problems, share what they're learning. Like that's a thing that's being done, and I think is somewhat promising. If there are ways to connect that to your work, I'd be curious to hear about that, as well as how it might break down. I also think later today, I'd also really like to hear your feedback on ways that we've characterized different degrees of student-centered teaching, and whether that framework fits in Illinois or not, or something like it, or if there are pieces of it that you think might make sense. Because at the end of the day, I think we're all trying to solve the same problems. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to the rest of our time today.
Thank you, Dr. Walters. Actually, you had until about 11:15.
I did?
Yeah, you did. You had a few more minutes, Jordan. We have a time for questioning and from 11:15 to 11:30. It's your call.
Ask them, do they need a little break? I think
You want to do questions first, and then we'll take a break? It's the audience's choice. You want to do a break first and do questions?
That we might get better questions that way. That was my sense.
Okay, why don't we take about a 10-minute break?
Will that work?
Yes. Yep. Come back about 11:10, and then we'll do questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed
Okay, if you could please finish your sentence and take your seat. Thank you. We have about 15 minutes for questions. We'll see how much time we actually need. I'm going to ask that I'm going to have Kevin McClure be the runner with the mic. So if you have a question, maybe kind of raise your hand so you can kind of see where you are. And you can ask your question. Make sure you speak into the mic so it can be taped. We can hear you. And Dr. Walters will answer our question. But first, we would like to really give him another big hand for what he did. You raise his hand. Okay, first person with a question, please raise your hand so Kevin can find you.
Dr. Walters was intrigued by the term highly regarded teachers. I think it's the first time I've heard that. So I think you needed to invent that, but there had to have been competitors and other kinds of research attempting to identify something close. Could you talk a little bit about other attempts to describe highly regarded teachers that you must have reviewed in the creation of this study?
Sure. So high quality means something different. Like even in the teacher quality movement and the value-added world. So we could have done a study where we just looked at value-added scores to say this means you're high quality or highly regarded. We ended up, highly regarded just felt right. It seemed like we wouldn't be offending anybody. It was kind of neutral and people kind of got it, but we had high quality for a while, but we thought that one was a little. Do you have another suggestion though?
No, I thought it was perfect.
Oh, great. Yeah, we certainly thought about how loaded those terms can be, especially in the accountability world.
Thank you, Dr. Walters. Second question. Any other questions about implementation, the research?
What? No, I just numbed them.
One question here, Shannon Shipman.
Apologies, this is such a broad question, it's almost a non-question. And double apology, it's not the focus of your research, but we're just so interested and take the liberty of speaking for others of how these things can be scaled across schools, across districts, and what systems are nurturing and supporting these teachers who are doing things well. You know, just observationally or anecdotally or more systemically, what was some of the takeaway that you could perhaps take, you know, onto the side of this study of what those systems were in place? You mentioned PD, you know, even specific to that or beyond that.
That's a really hard question.
I know, sorry.
I forgive you. Are you thinking even beyond math, but just in general?
That makes it even worse. But
no, that's right. But are you? I mean, I think I could try. So, some of the setup, explaining what happened in California in the 90s, I actually do think it's important because we keep trying. I mean, you guys know this as well or better than I do. We keep trying to do ambitious stuff, and usually those ambitious reforms fail. They break down because either at the school level, it's just not a culture that's conducive. But even, I think, one thing that I don't think we know enough about that we should is that even within individual classrooms, there's a culture there. I'm all for making the district philosophy and the school philosophy and the classroom's philosophy highly aligned, and I think that's ideal if the district is about something and it's the right kind of thing, and the school is too, and the teachers are, and the kids get it. But in reality, classrooms are really at the teacher's discretion in terms of the culture that they create. And I think we need to learn more about how really good teachers maintain their curiosity And I think a school year is a long time. Some people say that a year is not a long time. Oh, we need more time. I think each class period is a long time. And I think the best teachers maximize every minute and make that culture what it is. And I don't think we know enough about how people are wired that way. My personal interest over the last couple of years is curiosity. I just feel like it's something that either gets beaten out of you because of your situation, demands of the job, but I think at some level, most teachers got into teaching about their subject or their thing because they were inherently curious, and I feel like when you see that, whether you're traditional or student-centered or whatever, that it's kind of contagious. There were some cases in the study where I saw it, and it was remarkable. One way to scale it is to show it to other people, but it's hard to show something like that. It took a while to create, but I don't know. But I feel like that kind of gets into, you want to talk really broad in general. I feel like as a society, we're much more interested in, or a lot more people watch the Glenn Beck snapshot than they've listened to a 40-minute interview. I'm not trying to pit one against the other, but like if you listen to something on NPR that takes 30 minutes for them to get through, and at the end they're like, well, I don't really know. Radio Lab's like that sometimes. Those are two different types of experiences, and I think most people, for lots of good reasons, prefer the fast food, quick, dirty, in and out, and a lot of teachers somehow kind of lost that spark. So that's a super vague answer to a super vague question. But I think it's really good. So I don't know.
I appreciate it.
I tried.
Thank you, Dr. Walton. Another question?
You handled one big question so well. I got another one for you. You mentioned briefly innovation fatigue, or innovation fatigue king.
Yep, she's got the bumper sticker.
And there are a lot of heads nod. It seems to name something that's right there beneath the surface. So you've thought about it too. What do you think the effect of innovation fatigue will have on genuine attempts at improving classrooms? If we're tired of the feds and we're tired of the state and we're tired of talking about fatigue, what do you think it means about the possibilities of your work to gain momentum?
Well, I think most people are pretty skeptical that any big reform is going to work on a large scale, because it usually doesn't. And I think the challenge is to, fight the skepticism. I'm definitely a realist. But I don't think being cynical is productive in hardly any setting. And I think, even what we're seeing right now with people pulling out of the park and the assessments, you can just feel it. You knew it wouldn't be before long that the naysayers would take things out of context, take bite-sized bullets, and then people would talk about those things, and it would gain momentum. My father-in-law is a prime example of somebody who knows, just enough to be dangerous. He's college educated, but he gets the sound bites, even though he knows what I do. And we couldn't be further opposites on the spectrum because of how he gets his information. And he's not alone. So I think, I feel like with the Park and Smarter Balance, we have a little window here where there actually is an assessment. And I do think the assessments are better than the old ones. And by better, I think they're more conceptual and more applied, and also by better, I think they're pretty aligned to what the Common Core is about. So I feel like there's a window here where people are going to take it seriously, and we need to see what can be done. I also think that there's a lot of cool, interesting stuff, innovative things that teachers are doing on their own. That point it's probably buried somewhere, but like being entrepreneurial, being able to create something and share it, and perfect it, that's good, that came from my classroom, that's pretty neat, that's different. And I think that kind of mindset of being creative and entrepreneurial is a plus, and is a little different than the last reform, but you know it's a pendulum. I mean, it's part of the society we live in, and having different points of view. We're a stable country, but it's back and forth.
Thank you. One final question. Can you talk a little bit more about the park and the Common Core, and then student-centered instruction as the sort of trinity of half glass full in terms of possibilities of really pushing and driving the dialogue around changing practice, both from district level leadership all the way down to a classroom level teacher?
Yeah, I think if you were to find a district that, I think the districts that I've visited and schools that have seem to be in a really good place right now in terms of park and smarter balance started 4 years ago. I mean, you could say, well, that was stupid. You actually thought it would be here 4 years later, because many reforms don't last that long. But I have met folks at the district and school level leaders who have said, yeah, we actually been preparing for this. And we've done small things in 2010, 2011. We worked on some of the standards for mathematical practice, for instance. Maybe our teachers were, I remember, I know one coach in particular, district coach, who didn't do any observations the first year because she didn't think her teachers were ready to see her do something that was that radical. But they focused on conceptual knowledge and building understanding in the first year, and then there was modeling. So I think districts that have done kind of a staggered approach to getting the kinds of practices that are highlighted in the standards for mathematical practice, but also the conceptual understanding and application that goes with the procedural fluency that's part of the standards, that in places where all those things are working together, that they're going to probably be happy with what happens related to the park, even though, because it's going to be normed. They're going to do relatively better than others. But I think those kinds of, there's all sorts of issues with that. That assumes that there's stability over 4 years, stability at the district level, stability at the school level. Some schools, they don't have that. It's year to year, and you have to reinvent it each year. But I do think there are examples of people and places that have been thoughtful and have not tried to do it all at once, who are going to be happy.
Thank you. Another question?
We are implementing in Illinois and across the country teacher evaluation systems, usually based on some common frameworks like Danielson. Could you speak a moment about how those, or that particular framework, relates to what you saw as characteristics and practices of the highly regarded teachers?
Sure. So a couple of things. One, AIR is doing a study, some of my colleagues next door are doing it, where the Danielson framework, as well as the class rubric. Are you guys familiar also with the class, Bob Pianta's instrument out of the University of Virginia? I'm not sure if you're familiar with that one, but they're the two. Danielson is more prevalent, for sure, but class is also widely used, and the class rubric is actually part of a experimental study where they randomly assigned teachers to get feedback based on the class using video clips. And at the secondary level, they saw strong, positive student achievement gains in all subject areas with the class rubric. So some of the principles of the class, student engagement, there's overlap between what Danielson is trying to do, I think, and what class is trying to do, and what we saw here. Like, if you're trying to reward teachers who are maximizing the engagement of the greatest proportion of their kids throughout a class period, which is what we tried to do. It was, we defined engagement in math in a particular way. But if you look at Danielson and you look at class, the types of questions that are asked are critical. Understanding is part of what those instruments are about. I haven't done a crosswalk of our framework in both of those, but I think there'll be a lot of sweet spots where if you walk into a highly regarded teacher's classroom, whether they're traditional or more student-centered, the kids are on task and they're engaged, and the teacher is monitoring that progress and the kinds of things that you would want to see that show up in those other rubrics are probably here as well. We just cared more about those four kind of mathy things that have been around for a while. But I do think there's overlap, and that the class study is a really good one. It's called My Teaching Partner is their professional development intervention. So a teacher gets, I think they had like 12 or 13 30-minute sessions over the course of the year where the class trained coder looked at 30 minutes of their lesson and then highlighted a few excerpts from lessons and said, oh, you have this rubric, it's highly structured, here's how you were engaging your kids. And it wasn't the first year, but the second year of implementing that program, big bump in student achievement. That rarely happens. That kind of informed the idea of getting structured feedback on something that teachers know, I think is promising, and that's part of what we baked into that math study that I mentioned with the fourth grade teachers. We specifically wanted a structured framework, ours was with Harvard, but that's a long-winded way of saying maximizing the engagement, assuming that there's a good rapport between teachers and students, they want to be there. There's some overlap between all of those instruments.
Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Walters. A few quick announcements. Thank you. I look forward to being able to ask a lot of questions too. Seriously, I get a chance, right? Later on? You do. So I have a lot. When we come back, it gets to be a part of our panel. We're really hoping you'll be back here at 12:30. Lunch will be from like 11:30 to 12:30. We'll be in Brickyard 1, which is to your left. Sorry, to your right. When you go outside the door, it's the last room right before the restroom. I'd like for the people on the panel to make sure you're back about 10 minutes early so we can make sure we get you suited up with the mics and everything. Content area specialist, if you could stay for a couple of minutes before you go to lunch, I need to see you for your last activity. I think you've got everything covered for the morning. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. Come back ready for the panel at 12:30. Thank you.
What's for lunch? While I teach a lesson.
Is that good?
Thank you.
know. She didn't know what it was gonna be, so now she's got 2 and 2.
Wonderful.
Isn't that wonderful?
That's
Jessica Cross.
This is always a problem for me.
A different Jessica.
Drinking too much. And
Yeah.
I think I need this for give me a reason to a break too.
Oh, exactly. It will stand up and did we hear back about the internal or the external?
Really, I was hoping to hear sometime or another.
Did we hear back about the external?
Some testimonials that could do some good.
Can
you give me that?
Yeah.
Working with both Rock Island and Rockford. Are you having success?
I think it's slow. Slow moving. I did have a little bit of a smile to myself not too long ago. One of my districts was talking about one of the schools within the district. I was talking about differentiation. Did you get the email that I sent her? Yes, I did. It sounded like she was on board. Differentiation. You have to define it so that all staff knows what you're talking about. And
good afternoon.
Like,
I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and you're ready for our exciting afternoon. It is an honor and privilege to facilitate our research panel discussion for you today. We have 5 panelists, as you can see. We have Dr. Walters, who provided our keynote speaker presentation this morning. We then have Dr. Paul Bialik. Dr. Bialik is an associate professor of mathematics and is the chair of the Department of Mathematics at Trinity University in Deerfield, Illinois. We then have Ms. Jillian Mackey. Ms. Mackey is a math specialist at Clarendon Hills Middle School in Community Consolidated School District 181 in Hinsdale. We are very excited to have her from that perspective, where she also focuses on creating and modeling lessons in classrooms that promote high student engagement, deep mathematic connections, and the use of mathematics language. We have with us Mr. David Wartowski. Mr. Wartowski is the Director of Mathematics for District 219 at Niles North High School in Skokie, Illinois. He is committed to closing opportunity gaps for diverse student populations. His most recent classroom-based developments are around creating student-centered classrooms via student self-assessment and grading. Our final panelist today is Mr. Robert Wood, who is the mathematics coach at DePaul University's STEM Center. He is serving in a 5-year project designed to prepare Chicago public school teachers to provide high-quality mathematics instruction aligned to the Common Core state standards. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
The process for our research panel is that we will be sharing with you some research and have a prepared question that will follow that research. So I'll be sharing with you the research and then introducing the question I will begin with one of our panel members. And then from there, we will allow the other panel members to speak if they have a response to that question. Our first research point. It is difficult for researchers to specify exactly how different types of teaching and teacher qualities affect student achievement, because this would require untangling the complicated relationships that exist between teacher characteristics, teaching practices, and student learning. Our first panel discussion will start with Ms. Jillian Mackey. What do you consider to be the 3 most essential teacher practices in the mathematics classroom, and why?
The first thing that I thought was important within the classroom was questioning. And I tend to ask probing questions that promote thinking about math. Students need to start thinking rather than memorizing the algorithms. Questions like why and how are frequently used in my math classroom. The second essential practice I would say that I'm currently using and trying to implement within my building is facilitating activities that are actually engaging. I've tried to limit classroom lectures and move them towards mini lessons and increase the time spent on activities that promote deeper understanding. So students in middle school, they don't want to sit there and listen to these lectures as entertaining as I can try to make them. So I've kind of moved towards mini lessons and definitely activities. The last one that I'm doing right now is flexible grouping using pretest. Students are at different levels, and those levels should be known, and all students need to keep learning. So by implementing flexible groupings, it allows for differentiation based on individual student needs, their background knowledge, their interests, and pacing. So also meaningful group work allows for teachers to have math conversations with students. I can assess the students, and I can lead interventions, and there's definitely opportunities for enrichment for the high achieving students. So questioning, facilitating activities that are engaging, and flexible groupings using pretests are my 3 essential practices.
Thank you. Any other parents like to offer any additional insight to that question?
So one of the things that just comes to my mind is, first of all, I agree with everything Julian said, and I think that to a previous question around Mike Danielson, I think that in our district we had a lot of initial trepidation around this new framework and whatnot. And now that we're using it, I think we're by and large finding that it's a really good tool for reflection, and a lot of things that Julian just talked about really come through that framework. And so I think it's a really helpful tool in that regard. You know, I would also just want to provide like a different lens. When I thought about this question, I thought almost about these teacher practices, not just practically how they happen in the classroom, but almost like philosophically, where do they come from? And my gut response to this was actually similar to something Paul was asking a while ago, is what do we look for when we hire a teacher? And at the core of it, I think, is this idea that we want someone who's reflective. And I think reflective has different elements to it. And I think it's important to like kind of delve into each of those. And if you are reflective, a lot of these great practices begin to happen if you have the right tools, like a Danielson, like a distillation license. And so the aspects to me of the reflection are about, one, knowing yourself. And I mean that authentically, right? We are all people who look in the mirror and truly know and carry out what we believe. When we talk about like teachers fading perhaps from what they were when they came into the profession, like that's horrible, right? We all come in for great intentions and they're very personal. And to always hang on to that. And I think if you do those things genuinely, you're likely to carry out all these practices. I think being reflective also is about having purpose. And it's somewhat related to the first one, but purpose also might be looking at the curriculum. Why do I teach this stuff? If I got a kid asking, why am I learning this? Like, that's a really good question. And damn it, the fact that this kid asked it means I haven't done my job well. So that's part of the reflection too. What's really the purpose here? And then finally, the reflection outwardly of students. Do I really know my students? Every once in a while, I still hear a teacher say something like, well, you know what, I just don't know if they value education. My heart drops. Well, what do they value? And start from there. And if we carry out and start with our students' own identities and their values, and marry it with ours, we become a true community. But I think a lot of the things, the questioning, these pedagogical, the meaningful engagement activities, all that stuff can happen from a place that's very authentic, I think.
To build off what Jillian said about asking questions, I really think that speaks toward thinking about the process of understanding and doing mathematics and connecting it to prior learning. Very often, teachers want to funnel students toward a specific algorithm, maybe that they know or that they want students to learn, without really understanding whether students know why things work. So this idea of asking these questions, you might call them focusing questions, the why questions, the how questions. Why do you think that makes sense? Really getting to see what students know. And to build on what David was saying, I think the most essential practice in mathematics is how to build on student understanding to advance build on student thinking to advance mathematical understanding. And this really is formative assessment. Do we know what our students are bringing to the table so that way we can advance them each individually? And Phil Darrow, one of the writers of the Common Core, he often asks, are your students ready for your instruction? And how do you know? If you haven't taken the time to find out what they already know, then how do you know that they don't already know what you're about to teach them? And how are you capitalizing on what they're bringing to the table? So this idea of giving an assessment before you ever teach anything Finding out what students know, looking for evidence of understanding, looking for misconceptions, looking for misunderstandings, informing your teacher knowledge, and then making an informed instructional decision. Too often we're beginning backwards. We're saying, okay, I'm going to start by telling you, what you need to know, versus saying, what are you bringing to the table? And I think that's really key. Lastly, the last essential practice is really the ability to orchestrate productive discourse. We want students to be discussing, we want them to be talking, but to what end, right? We have to build in these high cognitive, rich tasks that students are engaging in if we want this discourse to happen. We're not going to be having great conversations on a very naked math problem. We need these non-traditional problems where students really can't see what the solution path is right away. They need a chance to make sense of things on their own. They need a chance to talk with other people, and then the teacher can bring the whole class together in this orchestrated discussion where they can highlight the things that students are bringing to the table and clear up some of these misunderstandings.
Much of what I'd like to say has already been said by the other panelists. So I regret that I'm going last because I would have looked a lot smarter if I'd gone. That's right, that's okay. The only things I'd want to add is knowing. A good teacher knows his students because when you look in their eyes, you can see whether they understand something or not. You can just tell. And so knowing in that sense, but also after a while, you know who, frankly, the weaker students are. And when I'm wandering around the class, helping out students, I make sure I stop by that student's desk or make sure somebody helps out that student. So a good teacher knows his or her students. And I would agree with reflecting, because we don't really learn from experience. We learn from reflecting on experience. You try something and it doesn't work. So you think, well, what else can I do? Or you try something and it does work. A good teacher does reflect.
I think the real reason you went last is because of how much of Robert's salad Paul ate last night. Robert shared his salad, and Paul took more than half. It was a really awkward moment at dinner. We didn't know each other that way. That's why you went last. But seriously, it's a true story. Just after lunch, you got to keep the kids engaged. I resonate with all of what was said. I just want to add one short thing, which is I've been in classrooms where teachers are getting used to asking more why than how. And I've seen that become kind of mind-numbing. Oh, teacher's going to ask why over and over to the same two people, and I've seen the other 28 kids check out. So I think it's a good first step, but in classrooms where it builds off of these other points that you've made about knowing your students and being reflective and formative assessment, that involves knowing where all your kids are and making sure that even some of those good questioning strategies don't become like any other approach that kids can know. That's my opinion.
I think there's an opportunity there for students to become the question askers. I think the teacher is really modeling what it is to be curious to some degree, and getting students eventually to take over the asking, why did you do that?
Right.
And that really happens a lot in small group interactions and can transfer to whole group discussions.
Yeah, and as long as it's most of the kids in the class that get to asking those questions, when you see that and compare it when it's like, oh, it's the same 2 or 3 kids, it's better than none, I think that's a real hard thing to do.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about continuous improvement. And going off where you were ending earlier this morning, is that even here we're seeing like we're building on each other, and it's it's never ending. We can handle this one question forever, and then try stuff out and reflect on that, And so I think that there's sort of two sides to this conversation in a way that there's well, here's the things that we do know, and you should do these things. We know that reaching all kids has to happen, and they have to be engaged, and you should be asking, well, how did you get it? We know all these things. There's also the things that we don't know, and we don't know it for that particular kid in that particular setting with that particular teacher. And so there has to be the process side of things, that we must make sure that there is a process in place for every teacher to be part of the community and have the attitude to constantly be reflecting on how did that go. All the things that we know now, we've learned over time as a profession, that comes from falling down, picking ourselves up and trying new things. So we're not at some promised land right now. There's more for us to learn, particularly in individual situations. And so it's a combination of doing what we know works and trying to do things through a process that we can work with.
Thank you. Our second research point is engaging students in mathematical communication requires the teacher to take on a specific role to facilitate discussion and foster the development of students' communication skills. Question to that is, how do the speaking and listening expectations within the standards for mathematical practice impact the classroom, and how can we help teachers facilitate productive classroom discussions? We'll begin with David, please.
So ultimately, the answer to this is simple, although there's a very complex version of this. But when we look at the practices, there's 8 of them, right? So to understand all of these, and I don't have them all memorized, and get a read of them. That makes sense. So what we've done is to make it actionable. So in our department, we have really broken down to 2 things and focused it. And we consider these 2 things to be targets, learning targets that exist in every course. It can be Calculus BC, it can be our algebra course. These 2 things the student must do. 1, they got to be able to communicate what they're thinking, communicate the critical thought, and critique the thinking of others. And then the second thing is this idea of persevering with problems they've never seen before. And that's it. So there are lots of other things we can talk about, and you get a list of 4 that I think are great. To me, to make it actionable, we have to kind of make it in a way simple. So by focusing on those 2 things in the classroom and just constantly coming back to that, assessing whether that's happening, talking to our students about it, giving feedback, whether they're there, having them self-assess, whether they're doing these things, like those are just true things that, in my mind, go beyond mathematics. I mean, I'm talking to the English head, Maddie's head, and telling him, yeah, we're working on the ability to communicate the thinking and to stick with the problem. He's like, that's what we're teaching. You know, and then I read studies, it turns out that if you can do these things, you know, you're going to get a better job, you're going to get paid more, you're more likely to have a happy marriage if you can communicate well what you're thinking and listen to others and persevere with solving problems. So these are like 4 human characteristics that mathematics happens to be all about, and it turns out to be empowering beyond mathematics, which I think is great. But it really, so it's those 2 things that make it actionable today.
I think lesson structure plays a key role. You know, we have this idea from what we've learned about scaffolding, this I-we-you strategy. And in mathematics, it doesn't really transfer well. So I'd love it if you could write this down. Instead of I, we, you, let's change it a little bit and let's restructure it. First, giving students a chance to try things on their own. So it begins with you. Then you all get to work together. So after you've had a chance to try working on a problem by yourself, you get to meet with the group and you get to discuss where you're at and, you know, learn from each other. So you all, and then we will discuss what came up. So this requires teachers to, you know, navigate the room, find out what students are bringing to the table, to figure out, okay, what misconceptions do I want to highlight? What contributions from the students do I want to, you know, surface? So really thinking about this structure to promote discourse, you know, it's a flip from what we're normally used to. This I, we, you strategy doesn't really play too well in the mathematics classroom. Another thought is to really think of, you know, what is a lesson? A lesson is not what happens in one day. A lesson is the development of a concept or idea over time. Sometimes that takes a day and a half. Sometimes that takes 3 days. But really giving students a chance to learn and to discuss and talk. It's not going to, you're not going to have rich discussions if you plow through the mathematics. So think of your lessons in this way. The first 2/3 where you and you all are working, that's divergent thinking. You know, students are trying to approach things from multiple perspectives. Then the last third where you're orchestrating this discussion is going to converge. You're bringing everyone together to move toward that grade level understanding that you want them to walk away with. And it's really the teacher's part to orchestrate the discussion. If you'd like, you know, further information, you can look up the 5 practices, Smith and Stein. That's what we're using in Chicago. It's one of the resources. Also, Thinking Through Lesson Protocol is one of the articles that is related to that book. But, you know, moving away from this idea of show and tell, like, let's show what we did during this lesson, and let's really talk about it. As David said, let's really critique each other's reasoning and justify why this makes sense.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That makes perfect sense. That's, for those of us who grew up in a certain style, it's just easier to stick with that style. It's easy for me to stand at the board and do the problems and then give out the homework at the end of the hour. But that students just have short attention spans nowadays. holy cow, after 10 minutes, their eyes are glazed. So I do find that I need to interact with them and engage them. And a great way to do it is to have them work together, as you say.
As we try to implement the 8 math practices within our middle school, we found that the students don't know what they are. So one of the things that we've done is I found these kid-friendly posters about each one of the math practices, and I'm encouraging our teachers to spend 2 to 3 days a week looking at the math practice. So if today is critique the reasoning of others and construct viable arguments, when the students are presenting their work, I'm reminding them, what are you doing as a class? What do you do as a responsibility as a class? So we talk about, we pull the poster off the interactive bulletin board, I put the poster up, and we'll say, all right, you're listening. You're comparing your thought process to their thought process. You're asking questions when you don't understand, and you're attempting to find flaws in their logic. So when we're working on the math practices, we're literally going through and saying, this is what the math practice means, and this is what your expectations are as a student. The classroom discussion has been very difficult for some of our teachers. 2 years ago, I probably wasn't very good in questioning. So what we've done is we've provided question sticks that promote the thinking based on each one of the practices. So I found these posters from someone in Wichita, Kansas, and then I found these question sticks, and I think I got it from somebody else in like Maryland. And they developed these questions that are based on the specific math practices. And I've color-coded these sticks for everyone in our district that match. They're like, no, not so you can hit everybody, just the popsicle ones. And so if it's perseverance, it's a brown poster and it's got brown, a little brown circle at the end. And those questions promote thinking about perseverance. And it's really helped our teachers ask questions because they may not have known what questions to ask. So in addition to those questions from Kansas or Wichita, there's also STEM questions that mathleadership.com and Pearson STEM questions have come from. We started to add those questions. So when teachers are looking to ask questions they don't know, they can pull from the pile. And then to keep the kids engaged in questioning each other, I may say, I want you to stop your activity. And I put a stick down and I say, I'm going to come back in a couple minutes. I want you and your partner to talk about this. And I'm going to come back and I'm going to expect a response. And I may do an individual conference with them, or I may hold the questions to the end so everyone can hear what their response is. And it's definitely increased the amount of confidence our kids have about using math language or being able to communicate about math, and it keeps everybody engaged. It's not the same 2 kids where everyone before the end of my activity will have had to have answered some type of question. That forced questions for everybody.
I said one comment about I'm all for questioning. I think it's an art and concrete ways to promote baby steps and questioning. All of that sounds great. It makes sense. In my experience, I've found that one of the hardest things to do as a teacher is after you've asked all those great questions, after you've looked at all those different approaches, for the last third of the, what did you say, the conversion part of the lesson, that's super hard. You have to know the math code, you have to know what the key misconceptions were, and you have to knit it up, and usually you're running late. That's where I most likely see things break down. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try to get there, but I think that's an area where it's just super hard to do it well.
It makes me think of like lesson planning and how I think when I was being trained to be a teacher, it was here's what you're going to do in your lesson. And I think that's certainly important to map out, generally how you expect things to go. But you're dealing with human beings. So, and if you're really trying to pull from students what's going on, rather than pushing to them, what's in our heads, then I think the other part has to be, what's the real goal here? And it's not to do, it's to think, right? It's like, here's the main idea. Kind of this like concept of no matter what happens, here's the thing I really want to make sure comes out. That's a crucial thing to have in one's head when you start off a lesson, I think. And so, it's a very different experience that I still fumble all the time, but to kind of be very open to whatever's going to happen and look for those little nuggets that kind of get to that.
I took an improv comedy class, which is hilarious when I'm not funny. I took an improv comedy class like a long time ago, and one of the key parts was about really listening to what's going on. It's the whole concept of yes and. Anyone ever done an improv comedy class? Yeah, I see one. It's yes and. It's a key concept. And so it's teaching, right? Yes and so we're building off the knowledge. And I think to make it happen, there's got to be part of lesson planning. Going back to purpose. What's the real purpose of this? What's the golden nugget idea of what's going on here? So I can listen for it.
Going back to what Robert said in terms of a lesson isn't in my 42-minute block. My students may not be able to answer the questions that I'm asking by the end of the class. And as teachers, I'm okay with it now. I used to not be okay with it. And now we have to learn that they may not be able to answer that essential question for 2 periods. And I need to be okay with that. And so, but they need to be reminded of what is that purpose. And I think that's why starting a class with, this is my essential question, this is what your goal is, and asking it throughout that activity, if it lasts 1 day or 2 days, is essential for them to finally get what you're trying to get them to do.
I think, however, sometimes giving away the objective sometimes takes away the learning, because sometimes the big idea that you want them to arrive at by themselves is within that objective. And so I think there's a time and place when it should be introduced at the beginning, but I think sometimes it's best at the end, after students have been able to have a chance to make meaning on their own and arrive at that conclusion.
And so I think the circle is coming over. So whether you're broadcasting to the students what the purpose is or you're not, it's in your head as teacher. And one of the dangers, I guess, to show a non-example is the post-conference with a teacher who's saying, I wanted them to know about this and this and this and this. And I'm like, well, which one's the most important? Like you have to prioritize what's really important on that list. And so sometimes the ambitions can be too large. And so, a teacher might say, well, I had to get through so I moved quicker on this. You're thinking linearly. And math teachers a little bit. And it's not a linear process. That's the whole paradox, right? We're wired as mathematicians to be linear, and yet the teaching is not linear. So we have to say, wait a minute, what's the core idea? What's really important? And human beings we're going to work together to get there. It's a kind of a letting go in some ways. I think it's very difficult for a lot of adversely control.
And I think going back to what Robert said in terms of not giving it away, I think we need to be very careful about what an essential question is. An essential question may be, how do I use algebra tiles to solve a 2-step equation? But in my mind, my goal is I want to make sure they understand that how a 0 pair can be represented, how do you perform with a 0 pair, adding 3 is the same or subtracting 3 is the same as adding a -3. So I'm keeping those thoughts in my head, but my overall goal for them that I'm saying that they should be able to answer 1 day, 2 day, is my essential question is, how do I use algebra tiles to solve a 2-step equation? So I think we're true about, we need to be careful about what questions we're asking them to respond to.
Thank you. Our third research point. Math anxiety may start when children are quite young, but it can't come out of nowhere. What prompts it? Factors related to both students' math abilities at the start of elementary school and students' social environment in the classroom, at home, and in society in general likely play a role in the development of math anxiety. Mr. Wood, we'll begin with you. What can schools, teachers, and/or parents do to reduce math anxiety in students?
So math anxiety is a disease, and it spreads from parents to children. We often hear parents say, I'm not a math person, I'm not good at math, and for me, it's just like, would that ever happen in language arts? I mean, how would we react as a parent saying, I'm not a reader? It's not, it shouldn't be okay to say that. I think saying that I'm not a math person, it's taking the assumption that some people can and can't learn math. And so we really have to get students to see that everyone can learn math. And so really we're talking about standard for math practice 1, making sense of problems and persevering in solving them. To persevere, students have to know that their brain can grow. We used to think the brain, started to solidify at a certain age, and I was afraid in college, and oh my gosh, when I hit 30, I better learn everything now because I'm not going to learn anything after that. That's not how the brain works. right? We can grow our brains. Really getting students to understand that your brain can grow and helping them connect the work that you put in and what you had to do to persevere, that's really going to be longer lasting and it's really going to help them feel better and less anxious about math. I also think anxiety comes from moving too fast. We really need to start thinking about moving at the speed of learning. So, we have these pacing guides, we have a scope and sequence, and I feel like the pacing guide is really more promoting this acquisition of skills, not really the development of concepts. Sometimes some lessons are going to take longer with certain populations, and so we need to honor that learning time. We also need to be okay with productive struggle. Very often we're afraid that if a student has a misconception, it's going to solidify. Like, oh my gosh, let me rush in and make sure that you don't walk away with this misconception even overnight. It doesn't happen that way. We've had misconceptions that we've sorted out from conversations in our lives. I learned so many things from my parents that were not true. And so as adults, I had to unlearn those things and I unlearned them. So it's like, we really have to honor it's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to have a misconception. That being said, our society is not very mistake friendly. We don't, when we give feedback, we're often focused on mistakes. We're not really giving feedback on the process and what people really did to make things happen. So we really have to support people, with praise and start to praise the process. Don't praise people because they're smart. When you praise people because they're smart, what you're saying is that when you don't understand something, it's because you're not smart. And that's a really hard pill for some students to swallow. I've had a lot of students go from 5th grade into my 6th grade classes who did really well. They were able to memorize things, but the second that they really had to apply what they were learning, they felt flat. They didn't have this idea of perseverance. And now they start to say things like, oh, I used to be good at math, but I no longer am. So it really is developing this idea of perseverance, really developing this positive growth mindset and getting them to see that you can grow your brain and to see mistakes as a gift. Now the challenge of the teacher is to create this environment where mistakes are seen as this opportunity to learn. And sometimes that takes the teacher to admit, hey, I'm not always going to be right. I'm not always going to be perfect, but we're always working to get better.
I'd agree with that. The classroom needs to be a supportive, encouraging environment where people do feel free to experiment. And yet, sometimes it's not like that. How many of you have ever had a teacher who either said to you or somehow communicated to you, oh my gosh, you are so dumb. I can't believe you made that mistake. Have any of you had that experience? Oh, it's just terrible. It's devastating. And we certainly want to avoid situations like that. We want to avoid communicating that orally, or certainly somehow communicating that to the students, because it's so easy to forget what we were like before we learned these things, before we knew these things. So I'd agree with everything Robert said.
I would do the same in terms of creating that classroom culture of feeling safe in a classroom. If they're afraid to ask a question, they're not going to ask a question. How many of us at the end of the lecture said, are there any questions? And not a hand goes up, but you're pretty sure a third of your class has no clue what's going on. So some of the more practical things is within a classroom is, what are you doing in your class so that kids like coming there? What are you doing in your classroom that kids enjoy your 42 minutes with you? If you're within the restraints of I'm sitting in a row for 40 minutes and I don't like it, most likely they're going to have anxiety. One of the things that I like to do is I no longer ask who doesn't understand it, but I'll go to groups or small pairs or small groups and say, do you guys have any questions? Because they're more likely to ask questions if it's a smaller setting. They're not raising their hand, especially in middle school. So I totally agree with creating a culture that's safe, not praising them for doing nothing, but also allowing them to have some success. So figuring out something within your class that student who maybe doesn't understand a lot of what's going on and they need the additional support, figuring out what are you going to do so they can succeed, so they then have the notion of, well, maybe I can do it again.
Go ahead. I couldn't agree more with everything that my colleague just said, and very well articulated, I think, for all those aspects. I find myself also thinking about some other aspects here, and one of them is about sort of not having all your cards face up on the table with your students. So starting with what we're learning,
a real good way to create anxiety is to have a test that looks nothing like what you were learning in class. That just kills a kid. I had a conversation with a kid the other day, felt that way. And you know, we started having a really good conversation. This happening, she's a junior, talking about how she started having these feelings in third grade. She's been living with this all that long. And it's heartbreaking. And that particular student was so driven to succeed, to ace the test. The reason how she's talking to me is because she was caught cheating. But we peeled back the onion to realize this really was about math anxiety. And so there's so much that plays in. It is the society, it's the parents who are saying, well, I'm not good at math. It's that feeling in the classroom. But I think a practical thing that we can do also is to be really clear about these are the targets for the unit. And maybe a lesson doesn't reveal it right away. I think you don't want to like reveal the magic in the very beginning all the time. But as far as the unit, like, this is what it's about. Here's what you're supposed to know. And to have students in the driver's seat when it comes to assessment. So we have to train, this is part of that academic character piece, I think it fits in with the grit and all that, of training them to have quality self-perception, right? Accurate self-assessment. So if these are the things I'm supposed to know, if I'm supposed to be able to graph a line, I'm supposed to be able to interpret a graph and explain how this connects to reality, well, can I? Am I able to do that? Now, and do I know that because I know that, or because someone just told me, well, you got an 89%, that's why you know it. I'm telling you that. Where's the ownership? And so being clear about what the targets are, getting students in the driver's seat to be able to be reflecting on that, grading themselves, I think that's key. And training them on, so that by the time they get to the test or an assessment, it's not new. It's not the first time they've taken that test. Furthermore, to have reassessments available, to emphasize that this class is about learning. The most liberating thing I did last year in my algebra class was I got rid of points entirely. You can get points for anything. And I took away the game. I said, this is about learning. So did you learn these things? Prove it. Well, if you did, tell me what your grade should be and make an argument. We did it based on a rubric, so it wasn't totally fluffy, but you got to make an argument. Here's my grade based on some generally some descriptions of what an A is and B is. Let it up. That was all. Oh, you didn't learn it yet? Keyword yet. So what are you going to do to learn it? And so it removed the high stakes feeling, and they could come and assess it on another test. I would have a version 2, or stop by in school and explain it to me. I'm sure that within the conversation, we will know whether you know it or not. And kids would admit to me, I don't know it. Okay. And then later, I can see it next week. So you know it now? Biggest smile you ever seen. Yeah. Now they know it. And so the anxiety is gone because they're led into the process and really owning it. There's all those cards are face up. I think that's important.
And it's really interesting thoughts. Other thing I was thinking about is if teachers see math as just arithmetic, there's a lot of arithmetic anxiety because arithmetic is a narrow part of mathematics. And if there's a broader view, logic, concepts, even though those are actually a lot more accessible than crazy algorithms. And I think a lot of the anxiety is produced because of the narrow view of mathematics. The second thing, which seems a little counterintuitive, is that I think if more teachers admitted that I'm just going to focus on K mathematics. It's complex. There are things, try explaining the difference between a fraction and a ratio. Which one is a number and which gives rise to the other. Complicated concept. So you could say, oh great, that makes things accessible. Now people are really going to be freaking out. No, admitting as a teacher, holy cow, I've never really thought about that interpretation of division in this word problem. Whoa, let me see if I can do this. You're communicating, it's a collective thing, like, yeah, this is actually complex, and it's going to be thoughtful, but we're going to be thoughtful together. It can be disarming. So I think it's the personality of the teacher and a recognition that even fourth grade mathematics is real complicated stuff. It's accessible, but it's still something we're going to have to think about, and then just not defining math as the two ways.
I wanted to just comment on a couple of things. David brought up a really good point about assessment, and I caution teachers to assess when the learning is happening. if you want learning to continue, don't grade things just yet, because a couple things will happen. You know, if a student gets a good grade, they think, wow, I got a good grade, I know this, I don't need to pay attention anymore. And the student who didn't get a good grade is just going to say, wow, I can't do this. So if you want the learning to continue, hold back on the grading. Also, I want to just build on a little bit what Kirk said. We have to remember that teachers often teach the way that they were taught. So the teachers that we're working with, they didn't experience Common Core. They didn't experience these standards for mathematical practice. So in our professional development, we really need to see them as learners and to take the same considerations that we're having for our own students with teachers, teaching them how to persevere, to develop these growth mindsets. You know, you bring up K-8 education, and I think it's a sad thing to know that there are teachers who don't teach math or teach very little of it because they have anxiety about it as well. So all the things that we're saying about students and developing, you know, this perseverance and this growth mindset, all of these things apply to teachers, and so we really need to start thinking about adult education and capitalizing on the research regarding adult education.
Thank you. Our fourth research point: 3 challenges that must be addressed by schools. Changing the beliefs of educators who do not believe in the ability of all students to learn challenging material. Overcoming political interest and that supports the status quo, for example, parents of high-achieving students. Resolving technical challenges around the difficulty of supporting students of widely varying levels of past performance. Dr. Bialik, we'll start with you. Can you please talk with us about K-12 mathematics achievement as an equity issue in the era of the Common Core state standards? And obviously you can use your experience as a higher ed professor in response to this question as well.
Sure, absolutely. If you were my class, I would have you stretch right now, because it's after lunch. I can see it in your faces that you're just dying out there. I think we should stretch.
Really fun you can do this for a brain break. You guys have done this? You done that? You haven't done it, you gotta try it, right? One circle this way, the other circle the other way.
I say the one that's impossible is to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other at the same time.
Yeah, I can barely do 2 circles at the same time.
If we put one research at one, right? Yeah, I think it's a bad idea to stretch. I think I've lost it. With Common Core state standards, if we really want to catch up to or keep pace with the rest of the world, boy, there's a lot of mathematics these kids need to know and master. And as this points out, the challenge is that some districts are better resourced, better equipped to handle that. The question is, how do you resolve the technical challenges around the difficulty of instructing and supporting students of widely varying levels of past performance? Fortunately, we've seen some answers even today about the use of technology. For example, my friend Church invented the flipped classroom. And so whenever I see him, I feel obligated to flip my classroom, because otherwise it's embarrassing, you know, to have this guy, this guru who invented the flipped classroom, and I've never even bothered to do it. This semester, I tried it for the first time. I find it's amazing that students who are kind of slow can still keep up with the class. Students who are pretty quick, they can move ahead. They can do their other homework in class, for example. So it's neat to see that there are these technological advances that we couldn't take advantage of in previous years because of YouTube and these other sites that we've seen. So I don't look at technology as a panacea, but I think of it as a way that we can. Achieve Common Core state standards. Now, of course, the inevitable issue is, well, yeah, that's easy if you're connected to the internet. Not everybody's connected to the internet, and yet, as my friend told me, where there's a will, there's a way. Some of his students in his chemistry class in Colorado didn't have access to the internet, so he just put things on DVD. There are ways that we can overcome technical challenges and still use technology to help our students keep pace with the rest of America and the rest of the world.
Julian, do you have anything to add to this question?
I used to work in a district that my kids went to David's high school, and it took me about 2 years to adjust now that I'm teaching in Hinsdale, which is pretty affluent, and I'm noticing that I'm so much better off in terms of the resources. And so I feel like the Common Core has really put teachers that don't have resources, materials alone. You know, I'm fortunate enough to be in a district that can pilot materials that actually are Common Core, rather than using a textbook from 2000 or 19 something. So I really think that the Common Core has created this divide. I understand the goal was to eliminate the gap, but I do see that it's creating more of a gap because of the lack of resources that some of these districts have. And you'd like to see that it be narrowed, but I am concerned about that. And how many of you guys are taking the PARC on paper? And how many of you guys are taking it on computer? And so I'm interested to see what is going to happen if I can click on a problem and I can drag and drop the discrepancy between the two. And you know, with those districts that have those the computer accessibility versus those that are not, it'll be interesting to see if there's a discrepancy between those scores.
Yeah, so I guess I want to think about a little bit of a broader picture too, and it's something to talk about for a long time, but I think that Common Core, if you sort of step back, to see it as a progression in decades, hundreds of years even, of work to carry out social justice. And you know, I think about what the work that we do and you know why we come into teaching. There are a lot of ways we can affect change in our society, and many people choose to do it through litigation, through legislation, as doctors, social workers, and there's all kinds of ways that we can improve the lives of people in our society. No profession, in my opinion, can do any of that as much as we can as teachers. It is us who spends the majority of time with people during the development of time. And so I think about us as a huge lever for making change. And so at face value, it's just Common Core itself, despite a lot of serious concerns with it, like resources, the half full glass part of it says it is taking away birthright as what you get to know and learn in school. It's saying that whether you're born in Arkansas or Illinois or these are the things, for most particularly, it's like these are the things that we want you to know. And while these standards aren't perfect, by and large, I think we accept them as high quality, certainly better than what we've had, or at least embracing some of the best stuff we've seen in like New York or California. So, I like that. I like that it creates an excellence, a bar of excellence for everybody. But that bar of excellence is about giving equal standards for everyone. It's a high bar, and equity isn't all about equality. We have to, I think, this is the structural conversation. I think that if you look at a broader scope, and I apologize for the longer discussion, but in its essence, I think that we also, if we're talking about equity, need to not just look at structures, but take hard looks in the mirror as to who we are. And going back to the conversation we had about student-centered, how do we see our kids? I'm so embarrassed, and I can't even say this publicly, but when I started teaching, I didn't really click that those are, this is so embarrassing to say, I didn't really click that those are like people's kids. You know, somewhere along the line, like I felt it. I was like, that's a son or a daughter, right? And it changed the way that I began to think, and I began to open up and truly like hear. And you know, as a white man, that's its own journey of saying, okay, so I'm a part of the system that's very white. And yeah, we have a lot of money, but how does it feel to be a black, a brown, Asian, to be a student that's different than me who's running this school? And that's changed how I think, and it's a lifelong journey. So I think that I'm very thankful for Common Core. I think it's a huge step. It's a structural step. It's imperfect, but a progress. I don't want to miss out on the human factor. That to pursue equity isn't just about having a bar of excellence. It's also about doing the real work of what we could call cultural competence, and each one of us doing our own journey of what that looks like, so we can truly carry out the core values of all the kids in the classroom.
I'm glad that David said, equity does not mean equal. Equity means that everyone is getting what they need. And everyone deserves opportunities to engage in mathematics as meaning makers, as doers and thinkers of mathematics. So we really have to ask ourselves, who gets to participate in math classes and how? Math is one of those subjects that we can accelerate in. We can move very quickly. But one thing that's slowing me down is thinking, okay, so you understand the content, but what about these standards for mathematical practice? How good are you at communicating your thinking to others? Because if you can't, what use are you to society? We really want to understand your point of view, what you're thinking. So we really have to take time to give students opportunities to deepen their understanding, develop these standards for mathematical practice. One teacher that I support has a fully integrated push-in model where she partners with her special ed teacher, and all of the diverse learners are dispersed in these heterogeneous groups. And when I interviewed them and asked, why does this model work for you? And he said, well, a couple of things. My diverse learners are learning a lot of practical skills like, how to be ready for class, how to, what are the social norms that we're governed by, and how to operate. And I asked, well, what benefit do the more proficient students have? And he said, well, one advantage that they have is that they get to understand how people misunderstand mathematics and misconceptions that are there. And also, while they are explaining ideas to the less proficient students, they're cementing their own understandings. They're working on their precision. They're trying to find multiple ways to get someone else to understand what it is that they're thinking. So, putting kids in these tracks where you get to go fast and you get to stay behind because you don't have these foundational skills, I think is a detriment to everyone. We all have something to learn from each other. And so, I don't have all the answers because, it's like, well, how does this, is everyone going to be on the track to, taking that calculus AP exam their senior year? I don't know how it's going to work, but I think that it's a missed opportunity if we continue to separate and track kids completely without any chance of you ever getting onto a different track. So I guess to sum it up, all students should be provided ways to access mathematics. That's what we're really talking about. So access within lessons, and this access in general, and all students should have a voice in the mathematics classroom.
I don't think, if we focus on, let's say, the lowest performing schools, which are in some of the poorest neighborhoods with no jobs, it doesn't really matter what the Common Core is. I mean, honestly, let's just be honest, if there's some places where, and I've worked in those places where you do your best as a school to change a culture, but it's way more, it's jobs, it's making concrete connections to actually leveraging myself through school. So, I mean, if we're talking about those equity issues, I don't think that's the whole point. Those are going to be with us, sadly, for a long time. And I don't think the Common Core, I mean, you can chip away at things and there'll be examples here and there, but when you're in some of the most challenged neighborhoods, I mean, your heart breaks whether you're teaching the Common Core standards or traditional math for all of those kids. So, and on a high note, that said, I also feel like, and having worked in some of those schools and seeing the little video of a Forest man going off to Prussia for his honeymoon, the culture in many schools where I've worked and visited in urban schools settings is more factory-like, and it is more about order and maintaining order. And there are people who, for good reason, say that's sort of a necessary first step. You have to have order. But I also feel like it's harder to instill this kind of change in some of those environments where the kids, rightfully so, are in some cases prefer something that's cleaner and packaged and organized, and I can just go be on my way and go home and take care of my two siblings after school rather than be pushed to think and probe. So I think we need to be really careful about cultural, structural things that are deep. I mean, we did a study in South Chicago and in 20 schools all around Midway Airport. Amazing stuff happening there, and yet really challenging neighborhoods. And I want Common Core, I want it all. I want energetic people that are doing their best, and I think that's a necessary first step. But it would also be great if, when I graduated from that high school, I could do some computer programming in my neighborhood because I have a job where I'm applying my programming skills. That's I think the real equity stuff, which is clearly I don't have answers to that.
Are there any final thoughts from the panel on our discussions today that you would like to share with our audience?
On this topic, I first of all want to just think that this question is part of it. I think it's a huge one. It's what some people call like a wicked problem. There's so much to it, and in many ways it's solvable. But yet, I think it is solvable in pockets. And I want to build a little bit on Robert's talking about tracking and access to mathematics. In our district, we got rid of tracking for mathematics, for algebra, a few years back, and so we ended up creating these classrooms where we got rid of those lowest levels, and every kid is taking a college level algebra class at least. And what we do is then provide different types of supports for students so they can pull it off. And the net result has been extremely positive. We've seen evidence that we are narrowing a minority student achievement gap in our district. And it's still early, but this can work. And it is incredibly complex, and we're so much in the beginning of that learning journey. But I can't emphasize enough the importance of tracking, providing supports, and there's a resource issue there, but it's also a PD issue. It's also a cultural, what does it mean to support? This access to mathematics too, just to highlight, some months ago, if any of you have gone to an Ed Trust conference, into Ed Trust, I think a couple minutes. I am wowed by them. The whole basis of Ed Trust is they go to schools that have shown evidence of achieving, they go like 90-99 is what they score them in. So schools where they have high poverty rates, high percentage of students of color, and extremely high achievement, upward, some of them 98% of them even exceed. And so we start with the best in this country and see what we're doing. So these are great conferences. And one of the principals was talking, and he's related a story. He said, the reason that we did this is because our work is truly a matter of life and death. When I know that the people in my state are predicting the number of jail cells using my 4th grade reading scores, that's why I do what I do. The same can be true instead of mathematics. Mathematics carries the same weight, there's some more in some ways than reading. When we know that students who just take Algebra 2 are almost guaranteed to get accepted into college, and for those who don't, they got a 50-50 chance of being accepted. They're 4 times more likely to get accepted into higher, more selective school. When it comes to jobs, just by taking Algebra 2, we see that you're going to get paid more to start, and you're going to get paid more each year after that. Your increases are more. So the impacts are very real, and that's just Algebra 2. That's not even discussing like how well a student truly learns this communication and the perseverance piece of those. Again, I have to repeat this, like it's not just about math. You learn those things. The same people doing this research are showing that people stay married more. I mean, it's that widespread. If we talk about equity, we can make those kind of impacts into success. So I just can't emphasize enough. I think that this lends it for us to take and just go on. But I want to build on the tracking and the access. I think it's incredibly important.
And isn't that why we're all here? I mean, you're good at mathematics. There are a lot of things you can do that would make you a lot more money than what you're doing. But what you're doing really can change lives. I'm listening to the biography of Steve Jobs, and he talks about, he talked to the author about his 4th grade teacher, how his 4th grade teacher had such an impact on him. She was like a savior to him in the way she dealt with him. He was kind of a problem child. He was very smart. He was a problem child. But she worked with him. She saw that spark in him, and rather than crush that spark, she really worked with him. And what she did had an impact not just on him, but on the world.
Well, I would like to thank each of our panelists for our responses, our engagement, sharing your knowledge, your expertise, bringing our theory into practice for our audience. Thank you very much. We will be taking a 15-minute break and returning with a table activity that will be facilitated by our content area specialist. So we'll about 15 minutes, get out stretched. There's some coffee and beverages in the back. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I know. Awkward tool to work with.